This is a terrible spawn. Oh shit. What's good? Uh, damn. I don't even know what the fuck I want to talk about. That's crazy. That's normally I have topics in my head that I know like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Once I start the stream, I'm gonna touch on this, and this, right? And then I could just freestyle from there. But I'm blank from the beginning. It have been a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I apologize for that. I've been slacking. I'm not gonna lie. Like I end up getting out of a funk, right? And then right when I felt like, you know what I'm saying, okay, I can take YouTube serious, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like not as serious like serious as in like, oh, like I wanna make money from it. Like I was enjoying making videos again. Right? Because that's all I really be caring about. Like if I don't enjoy something, I don't want to do it. And a lot of people don't really have that mind state no more. And I don't know why. So I'll be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So I'll be trying to understand niggas like need and fiend for money. Because at the end of the day, like, I mean, not gonna be able to really live a life without money because money is like the root to everything now. So like it's a cause and effect to all of our problems in this world. So I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? I I want to do shit that's enjoyable instead of needing to do something just because it's gonna benefit me financially. Right? So I started doing YouTube again, right? I'm like, oh shit, I'm having fun. You know what I'm saying? Uh right before that, I end up having like a miniature like scuffle of sorts with my older brother. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we haven't been close when I was little. Like we wasn't really close. The nigga was extremely logical and I was very illogical and emotional. So like we just never really seen eye to eye because like how I thought was more from an emotional standpoint and he was like logical, which I never really got, but at the same time, he was the older boy in the household. So like he kind of had to be in a position where he couldn't really be emotional and he had to do other shit that and responsibility that I didn't have to deal with because like he was there to do it. All right. So we had kind of like a mini argument. It stems from some stupid shit, to be honest. Like when I started thinking about it, like I ain't gonna lie, like it still take me a while to like really like come back and think about some shit. And it's like it only really happens with family members because like normally with other people, I don't really care what people say like at all. But like when it comes to like my family, it seemed like they have a very unique way of like touching sore spots, right? And like yeah, and like I love my brother. Like, I love that man a lot. And like when I was little, I wasn't able to say that shit because that shit was gay. And like if I would have told him I loved him when I was younger, he would have told me, "Nigga, you gay. Stop saying that." Right? That's just, and that's the type of like brother he was. But like if I was to really need something, like if I was to be struggling right now, I know if I was to call him and be like, "Bro, I need like 5K because of this, I will have it. And likewise, and I hope he know, you know what I'm saying, likewise within that situation. And you say he seemed proud of me? Nah, nigga, y'all about to make me start crying in this bitch. But I had like a little scuffle with him, right? And like I was mad as fuck because when I was little, you know what I'm saying, I didn't have everything put together. Like, you know what I'm saying, I had shit that I didn't like, and you know what I'm saying, particular words that used to really trigger me. And when we started getting into the heat of the moment and shit, he started saying that I was stupid, which was one of the things I never really liked it. Because with a brother like him, everybody is stupid compared to this nigga. Like, he is just genuinely leagues above most people when it comes to like how he process information, his information retainability, and how he's able to utilize it. So we got into a mini scuffle, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't that bad, but like I felt like it was that bad. So, you know what I'm saying, I stopped talking to him. I'm mad as fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even really trying to even think about it or process it, because I'm more so operating on who I used to be and not who I am. Because that's what I like. I allow myself to start living in the past instead of processing and going in the future, right? So we mad at each other and shit. Well, he not even mad. He not mad at all. I know you're not, but I'm mad at this nigga, right? And why that happened? My mom ended up getting sick, and she got some type of shit, like that they were saying that it could be cancerous, right? So while that's happening, that's going on, I'm making videos and shit. I'm kind of touching on the topic, but I'm not really like saying what it is, because like, I don't know, I was kind of in a state where I'm like, damn, if I was to lose my mama right now, how would I feel? Because me and my mama didn't really have the best life with each other, right? So like, I'm thinking like, would I even care? But then I'm like, damn, bro, you fucked up for that. That's your mama, right? So I'm having this whole miniature little fucking and like complex fucking conversation with myself, which I tend to do a lot. And I'm like, damn, that's fucked up that I even thought like that. But at the same time, my experiences with her is why I thought like that. So mom ended up getting sick, you know what I'm saying? I said I'm gonna start being there for her and shit, you know what I'm saying? We live in the same city, but I rarely see her, like, at all. And that's more so on me, cause like she be wanting to see me and shit, but at the same time, it's a lot of shit that we all can learn from each other. And what I learned from like my mom is she had to do everything on her by herself, for herself, and it was always her way. So she don't listen. Like, she genuinely do not listen when somebody else telling her something, whether it's good or bad, until she try and test it for herself to see how she feel about it. If she feel like it's wrong, and you can't tell her likewise. You can't tell her another route. You can't show her nothing. Like, she don't listen, and she feel like because I'm her son, I don't have like rights or enough knowledge to speak on situations. And I'm like, mama, I'm not a little boy no more. That's what our argument was about, because we ended up getting into argument like 3 days before she had to go into surgery, and that shit fucking killing me, because I'm like, bro, how the fuck did it even get that far for me to even be arguing with her knowing that she about to go into surgery? So how did I let myself again get emotional when I should have been logical? But at the same time, the shit she was saying, like, it really hurt, because out of all of my siblings, I was the only one born with disabilities. So, you know what I'm saying, that was something growing up, and it was it was the thing that nobody ever let me slip from. Like, it was pointed out constantly, right? And in the midst of us, like, you know what I'm saying, kind of going back and forth, tit for tatting and shit. Well, I wasn't really titting for tatting. I was more so, you know what I'm saying, trying to find the older brother in myself. Like I was trying to be Coffee. I'm not gonna lie. So I was being more logical in the situation, and I was like explaining and, you know what I'm saying, trying to stay away from getting emotional, which it worked into a certain point. And then she started mentioning like my disabilities and shit, and like my doctor, who, you know what I'm saying, she passed away, and you know what I'm saying, before she passed away, she ended up naming her son after me, because I used to see her from the time I was probably like 8 until she passed away, and that's when I was probably like around 15. So in a way, you know what I'm saying, she was like a second mother. So, you know what I'm saying, she just started really touching shit. I'm not gonna lie. And like, and I feel like I handled it really, really well, but not as well as I wanted to. Cause I didn't allow myself to get emotional. I didn't allow myself to, like, you know what I'm saying, get ugly and nasty with her. Even though that's kind of what was going on. Because in the back of my head, I'm still thinking like, she's scared. Like she real life scared, because she ain't never been in this type of predicament where like she feel like she might not fucking, you know what I'm saying, she might not bounce back from this. So I didn't allow myself to get nasty, which I was proud of myself about, because, you know what I'm saying, like that shit, like when you hear some shit like that and you always felt like you didn't really matter, like the shit she said to me was straight vile. I'm not gonna lie. It was some shit that even right now that I'm actually sitting here and I'm processing it, because I got this weird coping mechanism where it's like I don't feel nothing. Like if I don't want to feel or process emotions, I won't. Like I just genuinely won't feel nothing. But I'll be in this dark place where I don't care about anything. So I was in that state because, you know what I'm saying, I realized, you know what I'm saying, I had to armor up. She stabbing, cutting, slashing, you know what I'm saying, I had to put my shield up. I had to make sure that, you know, shit couldn't hurt me. But boy, that shit was something. And I most definitely gotta apologize to my brother, because I most definitely, you know what I'm saying, used, like, weaponized him against her because of a situation, which I'm not gonna talk about because that's not my situation. Like I'm gonna speak on what my situation is, and only my situation. That's not my situation, so I'm not gonna talk on it or speak on it. But I kind of did weaponize that nigga in a way, which I feel like was the only thing that really, like, you know what I'm saying, did damage to her in that whole little argument. That and the fact that I called her a bitch, which she really didn't like that. Like that kind of really hurt her feelings, which, I mean, I understand. Nobody really want to get called out their name and shit. But the shit she was saying to me was arguably way worse than me calling her a bitch and what I said when I mentioned my brother. But obviously I didn't mention that nigga in like no negative way, even at that time period, because, you know what I'm saying, we still wasn't talking to each other at that time period. But like I still ain't, you know what I'm saying, I'm not one to just talk bad on somebody behind their back. If I feel like I want to say something to him, or if I feel like I want to like disrespect him, I'm gonna call him. Because I've been real big on like, nigga, if I want you to understand how I feel. Back then I didn't really talk, so it was more so just swinging my fucking fist. But like now I know how to talk. I know how to like put what I'm feeling into words instead of just fucking balling my fist up and punching somebody. Which I feel like I've been using that a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, as I get older and shit. But yeah, like, mind you, all this shit is happening simultaneously, one after each other. And it's like, well, damn, right? another situation going on with my family, with my sisters, and I'm like, all this shit happening all at the same time. I really don't have much room to breathe. I feel like I can't fucking breathe. Cause I'm like, damn, all this shit happening for what? So that shit happened, right? And I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of fucking bad, but it ain't that bad. And then I end up getting a fucking strike on my YouTube again. So I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm really upset about that. Like, I'm really upset. So I'm like, how the fuck I get a strike on a video that they allowed to be posted for like a fucking, it was about to be damn near a month until they came, like, it was monetized and everything. It wasn't like it was demonetized or restricted. Then I would have known, this kind of might be a risky video. I'm not even gonna let it be up. But no, it was nothing wrong with that video at all. And like, I ended up getting a strike and a week suspension from YouTube, so I can't post or do nothing. And I'm like, all right, once this week is up, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna get back on the grind. I'm gonna get back to making videos and shit. And then the week is over, more shit happening. I'm like, all right, now I don't really feel it no more. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, I don't really feel like doing this shit no more. And most of that stem from the fact that, like, how do I put this into words? Because I want to be like straight, so for real with niggas, but I don't want niggas to know everything about me. Like, if I wanted niggas to know everything about me, y'all would have been seeing my face. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just certain things where it's like, I like my privacy on a lot of things, but I do wanna, I feel like it's kind of partially my responsibility because, like, I do YouTube and shit, and because I do, like, put my life into a lot of the shit that I do, that it's kind of my responsibility to be like real with niggas and like share my opinions and my like authentic thoughts on situations, so that it might help somebody else in a similar situation. So growing up wasn't really easy for me, and I kind of came to realize when I was like in a situation with my mom and shit, that like they knew that I had a disability, but they never really took a moment to really think about what that was like for me and like how it affected me growing up, because it's like I seem really put together, right? Like, even right now, if somebody was to ask me what my disability was and I was to tell you what it is, you wouldn't know. Like, you genuinely would probably think I'm lying. But as I was growing up and shit, it was really hard being just vastly unlike anybody else around me. So it was like a very isolated feeling where I didn't feel normal, because I'm like, damn, I'm the only one like this. Like, my dad's family got it and shit, but like, I didn't know none of them niggas. I didn't even know they existed. And to be so for real with you, like, nigga, mom told me that nigga was dead when I was a kid. Like, that nigga supposedly went to war and died. My dad did go to war. He didn't die though. He came back. So like, him going to war was true, but him dying there, that wasn't. Which was the thing I brought up in our little argument and whatnot, because, you know what I'm saying, she was questioning like my rememberability, like the fact, like how I remember things, and basically saying that my memories are skewed, and like I always tend to remember everybody doing bad to me, but never like what I did to them or where the situation started and shit. I'm like, no, that's not true. I remember everything exactly how it happened, and I tell it exactly how it happened. It might be information that I don't know, but I'm gonna tell the truth. So she was doing that, basically gaslighting. I'm not gonna lie, because she knew I was right. So I knew I was right. My sister knew I was right, because my sister was there, my little sister. I love her. But like, she was there, and like, my mom, right? So while this confrontation is happening, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at my little sister, because we didn't have the best relationship growing up. And I don't know if y'all starting to see a pattern. But like, yeah, none of us had really good relationships with each other in our situation of growing up. So we have very hard times really like relying on each other or relying on other people. And like, I feel like I didn't really learn how to like rely on somebody until I got with my girl, which, you know what I'm saying, I'm still currently with. And like, I feel like she was the one who like really showed me that, damn, I don't have to be strong all the fucking time. Like, I'm telling you, I was walking around with so much fucking stress on me because I always felt like I had to be strong. I had to show a strong face, no matter if that comes to like uh how do I explain? Like, no matter if that's like actually being tough or some shit, like when it's time to fight or some shit like that, which I kind of always had a problem with, like, you know what I'm saying, always thinking that I needed to fucking fight or some shit, which I did, but like, I always felt like I had to. But like, when it comes to, yeah, it's like, how do I explain it? Like, when it comes to remembering like really really bad things that happened to me, the first really bad thing that happened to me, I was probably around like 3, and then I remember it, and like, I can tell people exactly what it was, how it happened, what time of day it was, and then niggas be like, that shit not true. But then when I talk to like my older siblings and shit, and they be like, oh yeah, that is what happened. And they're like, how the fuck do you know that? Did somebody tell you? I'm like, no, nigga, I remember it. So like, from very early on, it was like I was able to remember a lot of things. Like, I don't remember everything. I'm not gonna say like I'm a perfect fucking computer where I just retain everything perfectly. But like, if I care about something, I tend to remember it more than if I don't care about it. So with that being said, right? I don't really like when people play with me, especially because I remember so much that I don't really talk about. No, it's not photographic, because it ain't like I can see something on a, well, actually I can sometimes, but it only works with like images. Like, it don't work with like numbers or no shit like that. Like, I have to train myself to remember numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Most times I'll be forgetting my password. But when it comes to like an image of seeing something, I'm bound to remember it. So, you know what I'm saying, with the whole, you know what I'm saying, I don't remember shit. That thing really was like, okay. But more so, like, I always just felt different because I was, and it always felt like nobody really cared or understood what that felt like. And then I kind of got the answers to that question when me and my mom was kind of in that argument and shit, because she most definitely like was just either willfully ignorant or like uninformed about how bad my situation is. Because again, from the outside looking in, I'm very well spoken. You know what I'm saying? Well, which, you know what I'm saying, that most of that comes from me having You know what I'm saying? Coffee has an older brother to look up to. He's a very well spoken nigga. You know what I'm saying? He had a fucking grammar book back when I was in elementary and that nigga was in middle school. And that was something he read regularly. So like he would always say words. I would hear him say words. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. And then I would learn the meaning of it. And then it just stuck with me. So I'm trying to like piece this all together and shit, right? So with me always feeling different and always feeling like kind of ostracized and isolated, it led to a lot of my bad like thoughts and insecurities and like depression and shit. Because nigga, when you feel like you by yourself and you feel like nobody cares about you, that's kind of fucked. Like, especially when you're a kid, you're more sensitive to everything, right? And like a lot of the times, like when I talk to my sister, you know, I said my little sister about like how we was growing up and shit, she always say it. She was like, you was so much more like alive and aware of what was going on in life at that age. And that's something she be apologizing for. And I'm like, you don't really have to apologize for the fact that like I was genuinely processing emotions like little kids. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, them niggas not really processing shit. They're not really there because it's not really like a life or death situation for them. But I was actually taking in what people said to me, like as like character defining traits. So if you said I was ugly or I was stupid or something like that, and you supposed to be somebody that loves me and I care about you, these are things that I'm actually taking in, and I'm actually sitting there and being like, damn, I'm stupid. I'm unattractive. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, for most people, it's like, yeah, you know, mom used to call me ugly or some shit. But it's like, no, for me, it was really, really serious. And I feel like not many people are like that. And if it is, it's like a smaller number of people who was like 5, 6, 7, and they genuinely like actually know what it feels like to like fall in love, and they not just getting crushes and shit, but they genuinely like out here chasing like a real situation where they think that this is a defining thing. Like this is, you know what I'm saying, like a fairy tale story where this is the movies or some shit. And it's not just you fawning for somebody or crushing on them or liking them. It was like real. Which was another fucking thing that used to happen to me a lot. I used to fall in love really, really easily. And that just stemmed from the fact that I didn't really have much to look at on the inside. So I used to like what I seen on the outside of other people without knowing that I cannot see their inside. So that led me to some really bad people. like, where, and I don't mean to say this shit to be like, oh, feel sorry for me. Like, nigga, I made my choices, right? I'm a fucking adult. I wasn't an adult at the time I was making most of those decisions and shit like that. But I'm an adult now. And looking back on it, I could have been smarter about the situation. But I didn't know no better. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how life is. Like, if you don't know something, you gonna learn it one way or another. So, with that being said, it was like, in a way, I was kind of happy that it happened, because I always felt like she didn't really care about me. And then in the midst of that argument and shit, and then she was like saying shit. And to this day, I still don't really know if she was saying it just to try to like hurt me, because she's saying like everything else she was doing wasn't working. Cause I had a very strong front. I'm not gonna lie. I had a really strong front. You know what I'm saying? I was making jokes. I was laughing. You know what I'm saying? I was shrugging shit off. And like, I know this shit is punching me in the heart, but like I knew how to, like, I've been punched in the heart so many times. It's like I had like a little callus on it. Like I knew how to like cufic shuffle around that shit and like Philly shell and roll that shit off of me to the point where it looked like it wasn't affecting me at all. And I feel like that's what's wrong with a lot of people. And it's just like, in a situation like that, I learned why I'm never really vulnerable with anybody. like I learned like a lot of my traits and shit and things that I don't really like about myself come from the fact that I developed them very early on, subconsciously or consciously, to protect myself. And those are really hard things to let go of. Like I don't like the fact that like sometimes I just don't care about nothing. And it always felt like I always feel like I'm fucking crazy or some shit. Because it's like, damn, I really don't be caring. And this be about damn near everything. I don't be caring about myself. I don't be caring about the people I'm supposed to love and care about. I don't be caring about my family. I don't be caring about my nephews and none of that. I don't be caring about shit. And that happens for you know what I'm saying. Sometimes it's on smaller intervals, but sometimes on its longest, it can happen for weeks, where I'm just in this state where I don't even care about anything. And normally when I used to go through that, I used to go through that on my own. So like it was never something anybody really noticed. But now I'm in a very committed relationship. Really, like it been committed from the beginning. So it get really hard to like hide shit like that. Where it's like I'm looking at somebody and it's like she can see through me because she can see when I don't care. Even though I'm really good at acting. Like I'm really, really good at acting. But I don't know. It's like she got some type of super sense for it. Like she can really feel when my emotions are gone. And like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like she ever like made me feel bad about it, which, you know what I'm saying? I have been in a few relationships when shit like that happened. And I was called a lot of things. Like a lot of things. Just to put it mildly. But with her, it's like she genuinely be trying to understand why I go through what I go through, why I feel the way I feel. You know what I'm saying? She always uplifting me and shit when I have my dark moments of feeling like I'm not shit and I'm never gonna be shit. And you know what I'm saying? She very quick to like really hammer on all of that I have accomplished in my life. And like Coffee do it too. And my little sister Angel. My older sister, she do it, you know what I'm saying, anytime we talk and shit like that. Where it's like they see so much improvement and like so much shit that apparently I got right that I don't even see. Like when it comes to like this YouTube shit, Coffee was like, why don't you take YouTube serious? Like you really good, you know what I'm saying? You a creative, expressive person. People like you. And I'm like, no the fuck they don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I just genuinely always have this thing where it's like, even at face value, I don't accept what I'm looking at. When numbers don't lie, I can see the numbers. I see fucking numbers. I can understand. I can see comments. I can see likes. I can see all that shit. But at the end of the day, I'll be like, right? Like where it's like, to me, it's like not real, or I don't really care. What you mean you envious? Oh, oh, you talking about my girl? No, look, and you want to know the craziest thing? It's like sometimes when I really think about it and I really start like reliving in the past and shit, I used to like pray out to God and to the universe and shit. Then I became an atheist. But like I don't think I am. I don't think I'm cynical, but like I might be. But like, yeah, I used to pray out to the universe and shit, and I used to be like, damn, I'm so lonely and I'm all alone and shit. And I used to literally like no crate look no no weird shit, but I used to like imagine the perfect girl for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I never really cared about like exterior shit, but like interior shit, like personality wise, I used to like imagine having somebody that would be there for me, that like I can cry and break down in front of, and like, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't be called like weak or gay, or some weird shit, or they wouldn't lose respect for me if I was to just fucking show my emotions, which happened. It happened in a few relationships. I'm not gonna lie. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I used to really be like, damn, why can't I find what I'm looking for? And I used to be like, damn, if you give me it, I swear I will treasure it. I'll protect it. You know what I'm saying? And like, mind you, I'm going in and out of being an atheist. I don't know what the fuck to believe. And like, it's weird because right by the time I realized that like most of the prayers that I've ever really put out there was answered in one way or another, it kind of be in a point where it's like I wasn't even looking for it no more. Because like really, I be telling my girl, I'm like, you know, I used to pray to have somebody like you. And the reason I'm bringing up like faith and shit like that is because I did like kind of renew my faith in a way. Like I won't just claim to be an atheist no more because I'm really not. I feel like I was just distracted and hurt for a very long time, so I didn't really like have ample amount of attention on claiming a religion or some shit like that because I was dealing with so much worldly shit that I didn't even have time to think about the spiritual of anything. You said you still imagine the girl you want. I feel like that's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like the reason I wasn't getting it was because I wasn't a person at that time period that would have attracted the girl I wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like I was still extremely sensitive, so like shit used to regularly piss me off, right? I was still a little immature, which I am. Like I'm the right amount of immature now, where it's like I know when to take a situation serious and when to be retarded and goofing off with my friends and shit like that. Like I know how to like manage that inner child in me. See, yeah, shit like that. And I'll be like, bro, people are so hardened that they don't even see the nasty implications of what they say and what they do. But like, yeah, one of your friends down in Earth being like, oh, stop all that sorry shit. But then women be the same ones that when they ex boyfriend or ex baby daddy die, they be crying and they be like, oh, can I go to the funeral and shit? But if one of your ex girlfriends or ex fiancés or ex partners was to die or get injured or something, and you was to show anything resembling emotions, now you're still hung up on her. You're wrong. All this other extra shit. I'm like, bro, what's up with all these double standards? Like, and then I realized like a lot of people don't understand what it mean to be a man. Some men don't even understand what it mean to be men because most of us was raised by women. Most of us didn't have dads, so we didn't have the stability or foundation, and we kind of had to make it ourselves, or some of us emulated the male figures in our lives, which 9 times out of 10 turn out bad, especially if you grow up in situations and environments where I was. So a lot of niggas that was around me to emulate was not good niggas. You said that I go to church growing up a little bit. It was never something that mom really like forced on us a lot, but like she did go to church for a period of time. So like at certain points where we were living somewhere, we would be going to church, and then we wouldn't be going to church. Yeah, and yeah, that's why I'm really grateful to Coffee, because even in the environment we grew up in, he was still him. Like, you know what I'm saying? He is so unadulteratedly him, and not in no funny shit, but like how he is as a person. He was the way he was for a very long time, from a very early age. So like he never really got shooken or you know what I'm saying had to go the whole you know what I'm saying crash out hood route, which a lot of my fucking friends did and they died. But then even I felt like I had to go that route. But then I knew just because I live in the hood don't mean I have to be a gangster. It don't mean I have to bang. It don't mean I have to do any of that shit. I'm just a nigga who live in the hood. Because that's who my older brother was. Like, he'd beat your ass if you play with him. But he wasn't out here gang banging because he was just a nigga who lived in the hood. You said before you found my channel, you didn't really have anything to look up to. I appreciate that because, like, I looked up to people. You know what I'm saying? Like, the person that I looked up to was X. He died, and I mean that in both sense of both of the X's. So DMX and XXXTentacion. So I looked up to both of them niggas because I felt like I could see myself in them. So like hearing certain songs from DMX made me think, damn, this nigga really me for real. Especially like I'm Slipping. I don't know if most niggas even listen to I'm Slipping by DMX, but if you listen to that song, I feel like that song is me because it's like he was talking about his situation with his mom and how he had, you know what I'm saying, conflicting shit going on with his mom. And like, you know what I'm saying, how she wasn't really there for him. She was kind of absent in a way. But it ain't like he blamed her for it. But it most definitely was a thing that affected him. You know? And I feel like, damn, you know what I'm saying? That's some shit that's some shit I felt. You said it was me and Coffee were really my role models. When I found your channel, I was really dark. You said I was in a really dark place in life. And hearing you talk about stuff in the beginning of your stories helped me a lot. I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I don't know. Like me, when I first started doing YouTube and shit, I did it out of a like competitiveness because I always been really good at coming up with stories and shit like that, and I always had a very good imagination. And I don't know. I just really don't like when people take certain things for granted, or like they don't really see the value in things that I see value in. So when I first started doing stories and shit, it was more so out of the fact that I was like, damn, I could do this shit better because I feel like niggas wasn't really taking it serious. Like, yeah, they stories and whatnot, but I was like all the stories I was watching, I just felt like, man, this shit kind of half baked. Like, you know what I'm saying? This shit like it was good. Don't get me wrong, but like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't really feel like I was gravitating to the story. Cause I'm like, this shit just feels so unrealistic. Like, you know what I'm saying? So then I started doing stories. I started mixing my real life in there and shit, like encounters that I had in real life. So like when it comes to like girl problems or success that I have had with women, you know what I'm saying? I sprinkle shit like that in there. Or how I view the world and, you know what I'm saying, morally, how I am, because I am kind of morally like ambiguous in a way. Because I want to be a good person, but I don't feel like I am. So I know what it feel like to, in a way, I feel like because I'm not a good person, I want to protect people who are still good people. And that comes from the fact that I feel like I really like lost a lot of my child innocence and like views and shit like that really early. Because I live in a very, very, very dark place. You know what I'm saying? One of my earliest memories is a nigga dying and falling on me. So like, you know what I'm saying? That's some shit that happened. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like most people will never know what it feels like to look at somebody that dead, let alone looking in the eyes of somebody that's dead. I know what that shit feel like. I'm not really like that ain't something to really brag about. I don't really be all like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I watched many niggas die. That's not a good thing. I wish I didn't. I really wish I didn't. That should be in my head all the time. You said you had coffee to help you with a situation. You're like one of the bros for that nigga is. He like a really I don't know. Like in a very weird way, I feel like that nigga's like a really like he's a really good big brother. But more so like in the way that like how he give information and how he tell you shit. It's just it's just straight to the point. And it's like almost sometimes it be like scarily logical. Whereas like it don't leave room for you to debate a situation or try to like fluctuate the meaning or the truth to your liking. He tell you, nah, this is what it is. Like, I remember one time, I don't even know if this nigga remember this, but I was talking to him about a situation, and I don't live in St. Louis no more, but that is where I grew up, St. Louis, Missouri. You know what I'm saying? The 314. And like this, look, this shit, bro. Like the nigga, bro. I remember telling him about a situation, right? What I had with a girl, and I was like, bro, I don't think she really liked me. And then I was telling him about how it was and shit. And it was the first girl I dated named Raven. I was really obsessed with that name because of Team Titan. So I dated fucking 4 Ravens in my lifetime because just the name alone was enough for me to kind of like you, right? which is not good. It's not good, but I'm telling the truth, right? So I think it was the first Raven I dated, and I was trying to telling him how she was and like the shit she was doing, shit, and like how like anytime we was alone and shit like that, she was like all over me and shit like that. But anytime we was like in public, she didn't never really want to be seen with me. She didn't never really like none of that. And he was like, bro, she do not like you. And I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, well, she like you, but she is not like in love with you or nothing like that. Because to her status, her friendship, all that shit, and your negative fucking charisma. Well, it's not negative charisma. It's more like my negative reputation. Because I did have a really bad reputation within the school system that I grew up in. So because of my reputation, she didn't want to be seen with me. And he was like, if your reputation is enough for her to not want to be seen with you in public, that goes to show that as you go further in the relationship, nigga, it ain't good. You might as well cut your losses now. And right, I got mad at that nigga for saying shit like that, right? I'm like, nah, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. 3 days later, 3 days later, right? I was telling her, right, because I was remembering what he was saying. I was telling her like, why don't we go public? And she dumped me. So I went, bro. I was on the bus crying because I'm like, nah, this nigga was right. And I think the reason that nigga probably wouldn't remember this is because I didn't tell him. I genuinely did not tell him because I was like, nah, this nigga gonna laugh in my face. But he said nowadays when I'm making choices, I use 12 as an example. I appreciate that. And that's why I always try to be so like transparent when it comes to when I say shit and how I say shit. And when it comes to giving advice. So like I don't say what people should do, I say what I would do in a situation. Because I know not a lot of people will listen, but the people who do take everything I say fuck it like real life serious and they use it and apply it to their life. I want to make sure that they're applying good things to their life and not bad things. You said I don't need somebody like that anyway. I'm not with somebody like that, but at the same time, I was a kid, nigga. I was a kid. You said my channel is the reason why you right. I appreciate that. And I feel like everybody got something good on like in them or something that they could do. They just don't know what it is. And I still struggle with like seeing what other niggas see in me. But why I keep coming back and why I keep doubling back is because niggas keep telling me I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's like, I feel like people putting all this shit on my shoulders. Then I'm like, bro, I don't see it. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? I can't even acknowledge it. But I feel like it'd be wrong and disingenuous for me to not at least try, because so many people do believe in me. Man, but shit. I don't even know no more. Like, I don't know. I feel like my life, for some weird reason, I don't even know how to explain it. I just feel like my life is something that is being used for other people's lives. If that makes sense. Like, I ain't about to say like I'm like fucking a saint or some shit like that, because I'm not. Or like I'm special, because I really don't feel like I am. Like, nigga, I'm a normal human. It is what it is. I sin all the time like everybody else be sinning. But in weird situations, like it happens like in the moment, that I don't even be noticing that, like, I help somebody genuinely, right? Just because I want to, and not because I feel like I can get something out of it. Because I don't do that. I don't get how people do that. Like, I can't put my expectations or some shit on somebody. I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand how people can cling to a person just for the intention of using them or wanting to profit off of them or some shit like that. I don't really get that. Maybe because I don't like money, so I don't really have a motive to even do it to begin with. Like, money's cool, but like I've seen the darker side of money for a very early age, and this is like a really early age. So I know money make motherfuckers do some wild shit. It can change you for the better or for the worse. If you already a bad person and you ain't got like no real like life experience, and you ain't got nothing to really humble you, if you get your hands on some money, I'm telling you, you're gonna do all of the worst things and make all of the worst decisions with it. Cause you ain't got nothing to make you wanna keep that money, or make you wanna, you know what I'm saying? Well, you said that how you would have crashed out. I mean, I was already a crash out at that moment. Like, I'm telling you, I was already a crash out. You know what I'm saying? When I found out she was dating some other nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was already a crash out. So I was already, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, I'm telling you, life is fucking crazy for me. You said seeing me come back with the Batman and Naruto series. Uh, yeah, about like, I'm not done with it. I'm not gonna just drop it like with my other shit, because you know what I'm saying. I feel like you know what I'm saying. Especially around now, while niggas are, you know what I'm saying, still going to school and shit, and with the direction most content creation is going, where it's always some explicit or something negative or dark or sinister tied to these fucking creators, that if now was a time for me to like actually start genuinely creating and doing shit, would be now. Because I already have a responsibility to the shit, because I've been doing it. That's what I learned. I already have been making shit, so I already have a responsibility to it. And that's why I don't do weird shit, and I call out weird shit when I see it. especially in the space where I am. That's why when I call myself or whatever, I was crack. I really, really hated niggas that did a certain type of content because they was making the space weird. And I'm like, bro, I know mostly it's people my age at the time. I was probably like 19, I think, when I started my channel. Yeah, I think I was 19 when I started my channel. Or some shit. I was in my early I was in my earlies. Right? So I'm like, yeah, when I started seeing that shit, I'm like, bro, nah, what the fuck? This shit weird. So I start calling it out, you know what I'm saying? I most definitely got a lot of hate for that shit because niggas had children fans that thought what they was doing was good. They were like, I don't see no problem with the content I'm watching. And I'm like, that's the problem to me. That's the problem to me. You're watching this and you don't see no problems with it. And most of the time when I would talk to niggas who made that shit, they all, every time it was one of three things. They either said they wasn't taking this shit serious, right? Monetizing from it, or that they didn't really care. They didn't really understand what the problem was. And it was either a mix of those three things, one or two of those three things, or all of them. And I'm like, bro, nah, I don't even want to be in this space because this shit getting weird. And niggas was thought I was copping please, and that I was like selling out or some shit. And then niggas seen what happened. Like look at the time frame. If you was able to look at when I started doing what ifs, and then when I stopped, what was going on at the time frame of me doing it, probably like my year 1, year 2 around me doing it, and then to the fact where I stopped doing it as much, you would start to see the shit that was going around and still kind of floating around to this day. It's just a weird thing. You said, would I fight a silly Batman or a non-talking Spider-Man? I wouldn't fight Batman at all, because if that nigga's being silly and making jokes, I'm just gonna think that nigga's off some Joker gas or some shit. So I'm just like, nigga, he already known for battering people, like, badly. If he's laughing and making fun of me while doing it, nigga, I don't think I'm surviving that. Spider-Man not talking, what's the worst he gonna do? Web me to a wall? Punch me a little bit? Like, the nigga's always holding back. And I know it. Like, I know Batman's holding back, but at the same time, he don't hold back enough where it's not gonna cause fucking pain. Spider-Man is always holding back to an extent, whether he black suit or not. So I know, yeah, this shit might hurt, but it ain't like this nigga gonna do irreversible fucking damage to my body. Like, I might walk away with a broken arm from fucking from Spider-Man, probably. You said I remember the you said I remember the guy who made when Deku was cheating on. I fucking hated that shit, bro. That was the only. I feel like that was the only thing I was seeing. Deku 18 plus. What if Deku was cheated on? Fucking that shit. That's all I was seeing. And I'm like, I don't like this shit. And you said, how did me and my girl meet? I think I told this story so many fucking times, but I never really explained it from the beginning. So we met technically in high school. Technically. And the reason I say technically is because we met kind of. I wasn't wearing my glasses or anything like that. And she is way shorter than me. So like the first time we met is because of a mutual friend we both had. Right? My friend, and I was saying his name Jalen, right? So he was introducing me to her. Kinda, because me and him was walking together. We was always together and shit. He was walking his girl to class, right? And she just so happened to be in the same class with his girl, right? we kind of met, and why I say kinda is because I was on my phone and I'm taller than her. So me having my phone to my chest, looking down at my phone, I can't see past my phone to see her. And I wasn't wearing my glasses. So that was the first time we met. And she kind of only slightly looked at me. Cause we talk about this all the time. Like if we would have literally met so much earlier, if I wasn't on my phone and wearing my glasses, and if she was not scared to look all the way up at me. So that's when we technically first met, right? But we didn't start dating until I already dropped out. Because, you know what I'm saying, I ended up dropping out of high school. I did, right? I'm not really ashamed of it. I dropped out, started making money, got an apartment, and I went that route. Because I didn't think that the school route was something I even cared about, nor something I was, you know what I'm saying? Or nor something I really even cared to do. I wanted to go to college when I was a junior, and then I became a senior, and then a bunch of shit from when I was a fucking freshman and a sophomore caught up to me. So I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to go to college no more. So I'm like, fuck it. What am I going to school for? I don't even enjoy this shit anyway. So I dropped out, got a job, and the reason I dropped out is because I was gonna work and go to school at the same time. But I was trying to work for UPS, and they was telling me since I'm still on file for going to school, even though I was old enough to work, that I couldn't. So I was like, damn, either I choose to go to school where I don't like. I'm skipping most of these classes because I don't need the credit for these shit anyway. I only need a select few credits. Or I just say, fuck this shit and start making money. I didn't know at the time that I could have worked if I would have got my guardian to sign off on it. Because Jalen was working and he was in school. I didn't think about that though. Like, I genuinely didn't think about that. Because, you know, I was kind of slow. So I dropped out. So we wasn't seeing each other no more. Even any chance we would have had to see each other in school was gone. The moment I said, fuck school, I'm dropping out. Right? So I dropped out. I got a job. I start working. Right? Eventually, that nigga Jalen finished school. You know, I said he ended up graduating and shit. We was still talking this whole time. Like, his house was around the corner from mine. So even though I dropped out from school, like, we still was always together, right? And at this time, I was down bad, nigga. Like, I was so down bad, it didn't even make no fucking sense, right? We would have no food in the house. This nigga would spin around a fucking block. You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, hey, let's go up the street to Rallies, or let's walk around around the spot to go get some food and shit. And this nigga paying and shit like that. So I'm like, damn, this nigga's a real ass nigga. I ain't never really had a real ass friend like this, right? So I'm like, damn, I feel bad because I feel like I'm low key using this nigga. But like every time he would ask me something, I would give him genuine advice. And I feel like that's how I was always paying him back. I would do genuine shit. And then around that time, we started our YouTube channels because, you know, we wanted to be famous. Like we wanted to be famous. And if y'all want to see my earlier YouTube channel, it's a completely different channel. I could kind of link it or some shit. I think I can make a community post and just leave the link to my channel, like my first channel. But it was fucking cringy. I'm not gonna lie. And we was going around school like asking niggas to subscribe to us and shit. But this was before I dropped out, right? So it all ties together though, right? So we already kind of fucking around on YouTube and shit. I end up jumping into a nigga car on one of my videos. I think I end up private in it because like it actually showed my face and shit. But I end up jumping into a nigga car, right? And like fucking around with his steering wheel and shit. And then I jumped out the car and I was telling niggas to like, comment, and subscribe for more dumbass crash out shit because I was watching Boom. I was watching Boom Gang, whole lot of gang shit. So I'm telling you, I was so programmed to do dumb shit. Like, it's a good thing that didn't blow up because I'm telling you, I was so comfortable and so used to just not caring that would have led me straight to jail. So that happened, right? And then we didn't really take YouTube this serious. And then we start kind of taking it serious. We end up making a server for a game we was playing, which was the name changed, but it was like Rise of Civilization or some shit. And we were playing this game. This nigga generally playing that shit like competitively, like where he's getting in tribes and he, you know what I'm saying, doing all this other shit. I wasn't taking it that serious. So, you know what I'm saying, he ended up making a Discord for it, right? Because that's where we were gonna strategize and do, you know what I'm saying, meetings and plan our raids and all that shit. And that's what became my server for my channel, because I ended up making it, we had it, and then we never used it because I didn't play the game serious. That nigga used to spend money on it, and then, you know what I'm saying, I don't know, he just stopped playing it as much. But he was a mobile game nigga. Like, he used to play any mobile game he can fucking get his hands on, and he would spend money on it, all that shit. Right? So I feel like I'm saying like a bunch of unrelated like shit, but like it all plays together. So so right, boom, he ended up graduating. I'm already working at the time. So like, he like, hey, let's get a place together. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, cool, we could do that. I'm already working. He started working while I'm working, right? So, you know what I'm saying? We ended up buying some bikes from Walmart because we was biking to work and shit. At first I was walking. So like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't take Ubers or none of that shit because I wanted all my money. So I would sit there and walk fucking 4 hours to work. And then once I get off of work, fucking probably working 12 hours or some shit because I always picked up extra hours if I can get them. Then I would walk 4 hours back home. And I was doing that regularly. Sometimes I wouldn't even sleep because I would just work. I'd go home, shower. I didn't lay down or go to sleep or nothing because I knew, nigga, I was about to have to leave in like an hour or two to catch the second shift, to work second shift, stay there, work third shift, get off from third shift, get home, probably get an hour or 2 hours of sleep, wake up and go back to first shift, which the shift that I worked at. And I was doing that. So I was making a crazy amount of money. Like, at this time period, we living together. We living with his girl at the time. This bitch is in college. You know what I'm saying? She was weird. She was weird from the beginning. From the moment I met her. Because I met him and her on the same day, but me and him rode the same bus. So that's why we got cool. And like the fact that he walked up to me and he was like, where you from? Right? And I'm like, the fuck? Right? Because like I asked a nigga, was I at the right bus stop? And like I guess it's from like the fact of how I talk. Because apparently I have an accent because of, you know what I'm saying, me growing up in St. Louis and shit. And like it was extremely noticeable back then. So he kind of like knew that I wasn't from here because of how I talk. But you know what I'm saying? That shit not important. We were living with his girlfriend. This bitch did not have a job. Anytime she get a job, she would quit because she didn't want to work. And this nigga would pay for everything for her. So this nigga was paying for her food, his food, right? And then everything the fuck else that she wanted. He was paying for his phone, her phone, like all this other shit, right? And then when rent was due, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes he didn't have it. So I'm like, damn. You know what I'm saying? That's my man's. You know what I'm saying? That nigga would do it for me, so I'll do it for him. I'll give him my money and shit. I'll be late on rent because, nigga, the money I did have, I just slid across the table. I was still having to buy my own food and shit. And like, you know what I'm saying? That was the thing. So we was going back and forth and shit doing that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really have a problem with it because I knew, you know what I'm saying, that nigga paid me back. So I never really had a problem with it, right? Boom. One day, I'm in the house. This nigga going with her somewhere. I think they said they were going shopping earlier that day, right? I didn't care. So I woke up, I showered, brushed my teeth. I went to the fucking gym that we had in our apartment. I come back, I sit on the couch, I start playing Skyrim, right? And at this time, I started really getting into Skyrim because I was missing my brother and shit. You know what I'm saying? He had left to go to college long before that, and I haven't seen him. So like, I'm missing my brother and shit. So I started playing Skyrim because, you know what I'm saying, I was remembering when I used to watch him play it. So I started playing it just because it was something that made me remember him. So I'm sitting here, I'm playing Skyrim. And then, you know what I'm saying? I see Jalen. I'm still not really like wearing my glasses as much as I should, but I do have a pair now. And that's because that nigga Jalen took me to get some glasses when he went to go get his glasses. So like I had glasses because that nigga went to go get glasses. So I was there. So it was like perfect opportunity for me to get some. And I think the only reason we went was because his mom drove us. So like, you know what I'm saying? It was that's what I'm saying. A lot of shit pieced together to make this encounter happen, right? So I'm sitting on my couch. Jalen come back, you know what I'm saying? He grabbing bags and shit. He bringing bags in. I see him. I'm playing the game. I'm not looking up because, you know what I'm saying? I heard the door open and shit, but I know that's him and his girl. So I'm not even really worried about it, right? So I'm playing the game. And then I heard somebody ask me, "What you playing?" And this sound unfamiliar to me, right? So I look over and I see this tiny ass Asian girl just standing in my living room. I don't even know where the fuck she came from because I didn't hear her come. I did not hear her walk into the house. She was sitting there silently for I don't even know how long, watching me play the game, just standing next to the couch that I'm sitting on. So I look, I'm like, oh, I'm playing Skyrim. And she was like, oh, cool, right? She don't know what the fuck Skyrim is. I know to this day because I can still ask her and she still don't know what the fuck it is. But she wanted to talk to me. That's what she said. Even on this day, she said she wanted to talk to me and she said I was playing a game. So she asked me what I was playing. Right? And like that happened. We started kind of talking, but not really. Cause like, you know what I'm saying? I still don't know who she is. You know what I'm saying? Then I found out, oh, she's the friend of Jalen's girlfriend. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. Right? At this time period, I was asking this nigga Jalen. Who was that light-skinned girl I met at school? Because mind you, I wasn't wearing my glasses. So I thought she was a light-skinned girl. I did not know she was fucking Asian. Cause I end up like kind of seeing her, but like, you know what I'm saying? So he was telling me this other light-skinned girl we both knew, but I'm like, no, not her. It was another one. And he was like, this is the only light-skinned girl that I know besides the white girl that be in our first period. And she was a bop. I ain't gonna lie. She was a straight bop. But it is what it is. It is what it is, right? So like after that, they end up leaving again, right? Then she ended up coming back with her boyfriend at the time, some big goofy nigga, right? So this is how I knew that nigga knew. And like, mind y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all this authentically and as honestly as possible. At this time frame, I did not like her. I didn't even know who she was, right? If it was earlier me, I probably would have just looked at her, seen that she was fucking exotic, and tried to collect her like a fucking Pokemon card. But this was me. I had stopped dating. I had not been dating for like 2 years at that point from the last relationship I was in. So, you know what I'm saying? I had time to focus on me and only me. So I was going to the gym all the time. I was working hard as shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing me. You know what I'm saying? I'm comfortable being me. Like, I had kind of like a little like situation with this white girl that was also Jalen's girlfriend at the time, friend. But like we ain't never get like serious or do nothing too crazy, right? So, and I'm saying, so she ended up coming back the same day. She there, that nigga's there, right? He see her. I guess he was watching her, and he seen that she was watching me play the game, and like she was talking to me, and I was answering. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck that nigga was on. Like, I think he knew, cause he was like, look, he had fucked that relationship a long time before this happened, right? I'm not gonna talk too much on that because that wasn't my relationship, but just know, if it was ever any time for her to bail out, it would have been months before that. That nigga had already, that ship had already sold. It's like he sold himself before she even met me. Right? So I'm still playing the game, mind you. I'm not looking at her. I'm still playing the game, but I'm answering, right? She asked me questions, I answer them, right? This nigga said something, right? So I look over at him because I don't like niggas. To this day, I still rarely like niggas. The only nigga I was cool with at that time period was Jalen. Everybody else I knew that I was cool with dude wise was either family members or niggas I knew since I was little. So I was getting no new male friends. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was no new niggas, bro. I'm telling you, it was members only, and the only people I was talking to was women. Right? So this nigga started talking to me, right? So I'm already irritated because I'm like, who the fuck is this random nigga in my house? So I said that to Jim. I'm like, who the fuck is this nigga in my house, bro? And this nigga was like, nah, bro, chill, bro, right? So he dragged me off to the to our little patio, right? And he started talking to me. He was like, oh, that's her boyfriend. Da, da, da. I'm like, yeah, whatever. That nigga needs to stop fucking talking to me before I beat his ass, right? And he was like, nah, bro, chill out, chill, right? He was like, man, you beat him up. She probably ain't gonna take us to the store no more. I'm like, yeah, all right. I'm like, tell that nigga to stop talking to me, bro. So I go back in, I sit down, I start playing the game and shit, right? This nigga start talking to me again. I look at this nigga Jalen. He like, yeah. So he interjects. He put himself in the situation, right? Cause he knew I'm not playing with this. I don't know this nigga. Right? So this nigga pull out a wad of money, right? I'm talking, he had some money on him. Like he had a few hundreds, some 50s, some 20s, right? He started counting it up. And I said, hey, you might want to put your money up before I beat your ass and take it. And he was like, what? And I'm like, you flashing all that money like I won't beat your ass and take it. And then he was like, he said some other shit. I'm not really paying attention to what this nigga talking about, to be honest. Right? So then he ended up asking me this weird ass question. Right? He was like, you want my girl? So I look, I'm like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about, right? And I seen on her face from how like he was like it seemed like he was trying to like offer her on some shit. And I seen it on her face that it was just a regular weird shit thing that this nigga did. So I'm like, bro, get the fuck about my house, right? So that nigga leave. He's standing outside the fucking apartment. She's still in the apartment. Then nigga start blowing her phone up and shit, right? So her, Jalen, his girl, and that nigga leave, right? She go drop the niggas off, right? She come back, I think the next day. And then it's like, you know what I'm saying? She ended up taking us shopping again. And it's like, all right, that shit was happening. So like, it was becoming a regular thing where she would like come pick us up. We'll take her, like, she'll take us to go to like, you know what I'm saying, the stores and shit, get food, you know, shit like that. It was cool. We still not like together or no shit like that. Not even talking yet, right? But after that nigga said that shit to me, I told that nigga Jalen, I'm like, bro, that nigga do not deserve to have that girl, bro. And he like, what you talking about? I'm like, that nigga's a weird nigga. And like, that nigga weird as fuck and she deserved better. And he was like, then why don't you just start dating her? Cause this nigga been trying to get me to date somebody for the longest. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck you talking about? And he was like, why don't you just date her? I'm like, bro, you know I don't go for niggas girls. And he was like, that ain't your man's. He was like, and when he said that, I was like, you right. That ain't my nigga. So why the fuck? And that was the moment I locked in, nigga. That was the moment I was like, you wanna know what? You right. That ain't my nigga. And that nigga weird as fuck. So I wouldn't feel wrong doing that to him. So, right? We start talking and shit. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm actually talking to her. And it's not on no, oh, I'm just trying to take a nigga bitch shit. Like I actually genuinely started fucking with her. Like her personality, how she was. And I'm like, she's a good girl. She's just with a lame ass nigga. So we start talking more. You know what I'm saying? She let me know everything I need to know through subliminals or just straight out telling me that she is very unhappy in her relationship. Right? So I'm like, damn, that's cool. Right? She was like, she want to lead a nigga, but she's scared too. I'm like, what the fuck you scared to lead this nigga for, right? At the time, I'm not knowing, but then everything come full circle, right? So she scared to lead a nigga, right? She tried before, you know what I'm saying? Some crazy shit happened, right? So I'm like, oh yeah? That nigga Jalen, he looking at me like, nah, he like, bro, what you about to do? I'm like, nah, don't even worry about it. I told her, look, we gonna pull up to your house and we gonna put that nigga the fuck out. And like, you know what I'm saying? He was living in her house and shit, right? So I'm like, nigga, we gonna pull up to your house and that nigga better be gone. Like, I'm telling you, he better be gone by the time I get there. So this nigga, you know what I'm saying? She telling him, you know, you gotta leave my house. And if you there, when we pull up, they said they gonna hurt you. I said, I ain't gonna hurt that nigga. I'm gonna kill that nigga. Right? And he like, you gonna do what? I'm like, bro, I'm fuck trying to hurt you. I ain't even gonna talk to you. If you there and I see you, it's like that. So, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't there when I got there, thankfully. You know what I'm saying? You know. So, you know what I'm saying? That happened. You know what I'm saying? She broke up with the nigga and shit. I'm not trying to apply pressure or nothing like that, because, you know what I'm saying, we just cool. If that's where it would have ended, I would have been perfectly fine with that, because I felt like, you know what I'm saying, I saved somebody who needed to be saved. I always felt like you know what I'm saying, even from a little kid, I always wanted to be a superhero, like real life shit. I always wanted to save people. So I had an opportunity to save somebody and I did it, and I was happy as fuck. That's all I really cared about. If that would have been the end of it, I'd have been cool. So, you know what I'm saying, that happened. We still hanging. So I'm at work. She is in my room because I forgot to lock my fucking my room door and shit. So she's sitting in my room on my bed, right, texting me, right? So I'm like texting her on my way home. I'm walking because I started riding the bus at this time, right? So I get off my bus and I still gotta walk hella blocks over to get to my house, because I realized if I walk so far and then I catch the bus, it'll cost less money and it'd be more efficient. Instead of catching the bus from where I was, because I would have had to catch 2 buses. And you know what I'm saying, I didn't want to pay for all that. So, you know what I'm saying, I just, you know what I'm saying, made a little shortcut and shit. You know what I'm saying, I was on a nice little walk. So I'm walking, right? She starts showing me pictures of my room by being in my bed. And I'm like, nah, you got me fucked up. I'm like, nah, you got me fucked up. What the fuck are you doing in my room, right? So I get up, you know what I'm saying? I fucking, you know what I'm saying? My room is a fucking mess. I'm not gonna lie. My shit was everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I will wash on a certain day. So like, I still got clothes all over the floor and shit. I'm like, nah, bro, this is a bad look. He said I got Minecraft on for background music, basically. So I'm like, this is a bad look, right? So I'm running home. I'm booking it, right? Cutting alleys and shit. I'm like, oh shit, I need to get home, right? So I get home. I'm sweating like fucking crazy, right? I got the big ass book bag on my back. So I get home. I come through and shit. Bro, she doing my laundry. She is doing my laundry. My room is clean. She cleaned my bathroom. And I'm like, nah, what the fuck? Right? I'm like, oh shit, this is crazy, right? So I get in the shower, we go watch movies, and then we gonna fast forward a little bit, right? So we still hanging out and shit, you know what I'm saying? We going out to eat, we going to watch movies and shit. And it ain't like we dating or nothing, but like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. She ended up taking my glasses off my face, right? While we was in a like a little shopping center, right? And she was like looking at my eyes and shit, right? And then she was like, nah, put your glasses back on. I'm like, why? And she was like, and she was mad at me. Like, she was genuinely mad at me when she took my glasses off my face. And then she got mad at me. I'm sitting up here thinking like, what the fuck is she mad about, right? So we end up getting in the car. You know what I'm saying? She ended up dropping us off at home. And then she texted me about it. I started asking her about the situation. And then she was like, I look too good without my glasses on. And then she seen how all the other girls was looking at me. in the store. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, nobody else was looking at me, bro. What do you know? You delusional, right? I'm like, nobody else was looking at me. But at the same time, I don't look around. And that's my problem. If I'm anywhere, I'm looking at where I'm looking at. I'm looking at who I'm talking to. And that's it. My eyes don't wander. Because in the environment I grew up in, nigga, wandering eyes get checked. Don't be looking for shit or you gonna find it. So I either look at who I'm talking to or I look at where I'm going, and that's it. That's the end of my motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, looking capabilities. So she telling me all these girls looking at me and shit. I'm like, I don't even know who you're talking about because I didn't even see who you were talking about. And why are you mad? Right? So I'm still like, you know what I'm saying, joking around trying to figure out why she mad, right? She never, I don't know if she ever told me, or like, bro, I would have to go through our messages, and that was so many years ago. So I had to scroll for hellas to go find that shit. But I don't even know if she told me if she was mad or not, right? So we gonna fast forward some more, right? We end up going to the bridge that's in this city and shit. Cause there's a spot that like they like to go. I didn't know about it. So we was at the bridge and shit. We chilling. You know what I'm saying? She ended up kissing me and shit, right? And I'm like, okay, right? But I didn't think nothing of it because I'm the type where I'm like, you know what I'm saying? That it is what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So I'm not thinking nothing of it. I'm not taking it too deep. I'm taking it for face value for what it could be. I might have looked at real kissable in that moment, but that don't mean I'm gonna be kissable forever. You know what I'm saying? So I'm taking it for what it looked like. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I might have just looked at a little cute, you know what I'm saying? Like the ambient lighting might have been fucking nice. You know what I'm saying? She might have called me at the right angle because the moon was out and she was like, damn. And you know what I'm saying? It was like, you know what I'm saying? But that's all it was. So we get done hanging out and shit. We taking pictures and shit like that. Right? But we still not dating yet. Right? I think it was like probably like 2 days after that. I was like, oh shit, you wanna be my girl? And then she was like, no. And I'm like, all right, it's cool. And I told her, you know what I'm saying? It's cool. You a cool person. So I can wait a bit, but I ain't gonna wait forever. Right? And she was like, what do you mean? I'm like, I can wait a bit because you a cool person. But like, I'm not gonna wait forever. Like, I'm not gonna wait years or no shit like that. Because, you know what I'm saying, I had a homeboy and he waited on this one girl for like, nigga, most of his life. And then they finally gave it a chance after she was done dating all of them other niggas, and it didn't even work. So like, hey, I'm not waiting forever. So mind you, we still cool. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make it awkward or nothing like that. So we still regularly hanging out. We sitting on the couch, we talking, we laughing, we making, you know what I'm saying, making plans. We watching movies. You know what I'm saying? We still going shopping. We still doing all of the shit we do. We still into, you know what I'm saying, going to the mall, all that shit, right? So we end up coming back, right? We walking towards my apartment and shit, right? And she walk off to go talk to some nigga. I didn't know who that nigga was, but that was Jalen at the time, girlfriend's brother, and they knew each other and shit. So like, she walk over to talk to him. I don't know that nigga, right? But like, I ain't gonna get mad because that's not my girl. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even think about it. I just kept walking, right? So she seen that I just kept walking, and then like she walked back over to where I was, and right at the time she walked up to my side, some light-skinned girl she walked up to me and she was like, are you dating anybody? I'm like, no, right? And this is the first time I seen her, and I've been in this apartment complex for a bit, but I never was outside, so it makes sense of why I never seen her. So she was like, oh, okay. And then she put a piece of paper in my hand, and then she like ran off, and she was like holding her face and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I look at the paper in my hand, where my hand's still open. She snatched the paper out my hand, ball that shit up, and throw it in the trash can. And I'm like, what the fuck? Right? And then she walk on, she go get in her car, and she starts speeding off, bro. I mean, like, I'm hearing that shit pushing. And I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? So My man's asked me like, "What you do?" I'm like, "Nigga, I don't even know." And he was like, "Bro," "Bro, you not gonna talk to her?" I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna try to text her and shit while she driving. She already driving crazy as hell. So like, I'm gonna make sure she get home, and then I'm gonna text her." So then we like, I'm saying some hours go by and shit. I'm sitting in my room, and then she texts me, "We dating now." Like she didn't even ask me. It was like, nigga, we're dating now. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, cool. But yeah, that's pretty much how we met. Now let me go start reading all these other fucking comments because like, I had to stay on track, so I had to not look at it. So I've been talking about that for a while. I ain't gonna lie. All right, let me see. This is probably where I stopped looking. You said, do I think I'm gonna collab with Curious Show? I mean, like I know him. Like, well, I won't say I know him. I knew of him. Like we used to talk like a while back. Haven't talked in a while, but I know of who that is. Uh, 4 Hour Walk is crazy. Yup. So I always love hearing love stories like this. Ah, he said facts me too. Okay. So one day I hope I can tell my love story like this. Okay. Do 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 do. He said story time in school. Needed it. You said, did I hear of who? Classic Man D. I think so. Like I don't. I mean, I don't know the nigga by name. I probably know his face though. He said that's crazy. He said I'm Moo cousin. Like blood cousin, or you just claim to be that nigga cousin? Cause Moo my son. So like, I am about to let you just be up here claiming niggas that don't really know you. So like, you his blood cousin, or y'all niggas just cool? I need some more water. Shit. That's crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much how I met my girl. Shit, crazy. You said you at y'all granny house? Oh, that mean blood. I do not like this world, bro. It's just ice. I feel like I most definitely missed a few questions. Let me scroll further up. Well, I got a question. Why did you name yourself 12? Uh, I mean, it's not complicated why I named myself 12. I done named myself 12 because my birthday's in December, so it's the 12th month. Plus, in Roman numeral, it starts with an X. So, like, you know what I'm saying? That was something I liked it. So I was like, oh. He said, well, that nigga being federal. But nah. I named myself 12 because nigga in my month I'm born in. And because, you know, Roman numerals had an X and I was like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit hard. And I liked it, the whole X concept of niggas being called X and shit like that. I'm like, that shit hard. And if I take on an X like in my name, you know what I'm saying, I feel like that shit'll be hard. You said when it be stories about when I was back in school, you be thinking about some shit. Look, I'm gonna tell you this right now, nigga. You not dropping out. You not dropping out, nigga. Then if you in school, you're not dropping out. Especially you listening to me. Don't be out here dropping out, nigga. This is 12 is just me and you. Because Asians is the best, bro. I've been trying to put all my niggas on, bro. I swear. I swear. But it's two different types. It's very traditional types, and then there's Americanized Asians. And you gotta run for the hills from them ones. You gotta stay away from them. They crazy as fuck. I've been tricked before. I ain't gonna lie. You said if I had time, would I like to hear your story? I mean, I don't care. You want to get in VC? Said Americanized story? Question mark. Bro, it ain't like I dated her, but like I knew this girl, bro, and she was cute, right? She was cute. I'm not gonna lie, she was, but at the same time, it's like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like I seen too many red flags from the beginning, even though she was trying to get me to date her. But mind you, back then I did not ask girls out. Any girl I dated, until the girl I'm currently with, always asked me out. I never asked the girl out. Actually, I think I did. Probably once before the girl I'm with right now. But like, nigga, that's what I'm saying. Like, you see that, nigga? It was. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, y'all generation cooked. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all generation cooked, bro. Nobody even knew what the fuck the word love mean anymore, for real. But I knew her. She was trying to get me to date her and shit. You know what I'm saying? She was on my body. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like what most girls don't know is that even niggas we don't know are cool with. Most, like, see, it's like this. When niggas are just niggas and you associate with a nigga, you're not really friends with that nigga, but y'all just associated sometime before, y'all talked before, but y'all not really friends. Girls don't know how fast niggas get to talking. So she was on my body, right? And then there was another nigga in school who she also was, you know what I'm saying? She was all over and shit. And like, she just had a messy reputation already, right? So I'm already like, that reputation, that rap sheet looking kind of bad. Especially since, you know what I'm saying, a few people were saying that she ended up transferring from her last school because, you know what I'm saying, she was known for getting you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, fuck, I don't want to believe it, but at the same time, I'm gonna keep my eye out for it. It was ST. Hold on, I'm gonna join in after I finish, you know what I'm saying, talking about this, right? But she was known for right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't never just take niggas' word for it, but I most definitely try to look for signs if it was possible that that's true. You said, what you mean we cook, bro? Like, it's extremely hard. It's extremely hard. Because most girls grew up on the internet now. So, like, most girls have unrealistic expectations for what a man or a nigga or a boy is supposed to be doing as far as where their life is supposed to be heading, how far along they supposed to be in life, and how much money they supposed to be making at a certain point in life. Like, it be girls that be like 19 expecting a nigga that's fucking 18 to have like 200K annually. And I'm like, what the fuck? So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying y'all cook. But like, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Me and this nigga, we was in this class together. I never really took notice of the nigga until he walked up and started talking to me. He was like, "Hey, bro, do you know such and such?" And I'm like, "I might know. What's up?" Right? And he was like, "I just wanted to tell you that, you know what I'm saying." Look, he was telling me that he like her and shit, right? And that, you know what I'm saying, his niggas been telling him that, you know what I'm saying, they be seeing me talking to her and shit. So he wanted to know what's up. And I'm like, nah, it ain't nothing like that, bro. Don't even worry about it, right? But this showing me all I already need to know, right? So I start asking him, so how long you been, you know what I'm saying, trying to push up on her? And he was like, well, you know, actually we kind of, you know what I'm saying, we kind of talking, but I'm not really sure. And I'm like, what you mean you're not sure? It's either y'all talking or y'all not talking. And he was like, well, you know what I'm saying, we talking in the sense that like out of school and shit, you know what I'm saying, she be coming to hang out, and shit like that. And I'm like, oh, so y'all be kicking it? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, right? I'm like, so they already told me what I needed to know, right? And then, you know what I'm saying, I'm not the type of nigga to just, you know what I'm saying, take words for it. So like, I'm like, hey, so y'all really be hanging out and shit? He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, cool. So, you know what I'm saying, where y'all be going and shit? He was telling me all the spots and shit. And I'm like, oh, word. Cool. Right? I know some niggas that be in the mall every fucking Friday. I don't be going, but I know my niggas do. So I start asking my niggas, I'm like, hey, bro, do y'all ever see such and such at the mall? They be like, who? And I'm like, all right, here, look, I'm gonna show y'all a picture. So, you know what I'm saying? You know how it was back then, you know what I'm saying? Facebook and shit. So, type in, tickety-tack. Pull it up. They're like, yeah, I seen her with some dark ass nigga. I'm like, crazy and look, crazy detective work. So I ain't even make shit hot. I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna say nothing, right? So she asking me, oh, you want to hang out and shit? I'm like, yeah, we can hang out, right? And then I'm telling her, nah, I'm not gonna be able to make it. I ain't got a ride, right? And she was like, oh, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? She already there. So, you know what I'm saying? She just gonna look around and then she gonna leave, right? So I'm like, uh-huh. So now I'm not supposed to be there, right? So I'm like, So I'll pop out, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the guys. So I'm looking around and shit. Guess who I see? And I'm like, So she look back, she see me. I'll look it, right? And like, I know I didn't care, but at the same time, I couldn't help but smile. I could not help but smile at what I was seeing. Because, bro, if I ever tell you, it ain't nothing like catching somebody in the act of doing something they feel like they shouldn't be doing. They look so fucking crazy when you looking at them. Like, it's a mixture of shock, guilt, and like embarrassment. So she was looking crazy, and I'm looking at her. I see, bro, right? So I walk up, and like, she think I'm about to talk to her, right? So she like, I walk up to him like, hey, yo, what's up, nigga? He dapped me up. He like, yo, what's up? I didn't know y'all was at the mall. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, shit. Like, I wasn't supposed to be here and shit, but you know what I'm saying? My ride ended up coming through. So what you doing? He like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just out chilling and shit. I'm like, oh, where? I see you, right? So I'm looking at her. I'm like, I see you, bro. I see you. He like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Geek, right? So I'm like, hey, bro, we about to keep walking, you know what I'm saying? It was nice seeing you and shit, you know what I'm saying? We gonna talk on Monday. I dap that nigga up again. I walk off, right? Lo and behold, you know what I'm saying? I make it home. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a phone at this point. So I make it home. My Facebook flooded with messages. You know what I'm saying? My home phone flooded with missed calls, right? Mom, like, it wasn't even my mama. It was my little sister because she was always on the house phone. She's like, somebody keep calling the phone. I don't know who they is. And I'm like, oh, don't even worry about it. I'm going to take care of it. Went over to the house phone. Block. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? You can't call this residence no more. I went on Facebook. I looked at the messages. I'm like, unfriended. Get up off my shit. You're done. You're done. Go. And whole time, it was like, bro, I wasn't even trying to like talk to her for real. She was trying to talk to me. But off the strength that's how she was moving, I didn't even want to be friends with her no more. Cause I'm like, bro, you already moving weird. So if I become your friend, especially after this incident, and especially after what bro did when he came to me and he was talking to me and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That shit gonna look a certain type of way already. And I most definitely didn't have no time to be beefing with niggas over no bitches. So I'm like, it is what it is. She wasn't my bitch. So I can't even be mad. She not my bitch. Bro, the worst part about being out right now is that when I do go out and shit, and like, if a girl talk to me, it'd be weird as fuck to tell them that I'm in a relationship. Because now I don't know weird shit, I don't know, like, I'm trying to scheme or nothing like that, because trust me, I'm not. But on the strength that it's like, it's already weird. It's not something I'm not used to. Because like, I always had girls walking up to me and shit like that, but it was never something that happened so often. And plus I haven't been out in so long that I kind of got unused to it in a way. So if I'm out now and a girl walk up to me and shit, and like they ask me, oh, you know, see you talking to anybody? I'm like, yeah. And then it's weird because girls have this thing where they think every nigga are cheating ass niggas, bro. Like they think every nigga just be perfectly okay with just cheating on a bitch. Like they just perfectly okay with just being disloyal. I ain't one of them niggas. So like they be like, oh, can I get your no? I just told you I'm talking to somebody. And then they get defensive and angry. And I'm like, bro, damn, I should have just fucking came off as an asshole instead of just trying to, you know what I'm saying? I swear, when you like trying to let people down easily is not the way to go. It's really not. When especially if they don't take like social hits and shit and hints. It's just nasty work. Hold on. Where these niggas at? Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, what's good?
Yeah.
Not much. What about you, bro?
I mean, I'm chilling. Y'all boys know what I'm doing. Y'all know I'm streaming. Y'all know I am. Say hi to the stream.
I ain't gonna count games. You sound a little different.
What you mean? Oh shit, I'm on my own
I had to
mic.
pause the stream. I had to pause the stream real quick. Nah, your voice kind of caught me out, bro. I was like, huh?
Alright.
It was
Yeah,
like
I was on my other mic. I be forgetting I got more than one of these motherfuckers.
But yeah, pretty much I made two different stories, two different ones in how I was structuring them.
Uh-huh.
One is pretty much a more shonen-like in how it's made. My main story is...
What do you mean shonen like?
Shonen-like as in like it kind of has more of a linear
Progression of power,
hero.
weak to strong?
Yeah, like they're growing in power where you could see the world grow. The other one's much more like a war documentary. It doesn't have like a solid main character. It's more like just a world. That's why it was so hard for me to try to come up with a way to explain how the two are. Like my main story where I want to tell everybody is like, yeah.
I mean,
Like if I,
what do you mean? And it's not like is it multiple main characters or is it just like
literally from me just explained just to my father is the only one that fully knows the scope of my main story. It goes through like 4-5 different main characters at different points. Like,
okay?
like,
I don't know.
because it's a
That'd
very-
be kind of hard to pull off.
Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, my second story is gonna be more focused on one character character as best I could. The other one had years to generally think about how the world, how everything's structured. That's why it jumps between main characters, the main focal points.
What, have they been
this
different points in time?
Yeah, like starting off, I know who was the main character that you're generally following. Then eventually somebody else I generally made that I got more interested in and pretty much swapped them to be the main character.
Oh, that I see what your problem is. I see what your problem is.
Yeah.
You don't know how to make secondary characters without actually caring about them.
My main thing is like making, because I want my main story is generally like I'm more just making a world. You're pretty much all the named characters are named for a reason. I care in somewhat of a degree about all of them.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, bro. Cause like, how you gonna kill them all?
Yeah. Well, pretty much.
See, look, a rule of thumb that I do in anything, if I care too much about a character I know I wasn't supposed to care about, I kill them.
Yeah.
Because at that point, I'm already, you know what I'm saying? I care too much.
You pull a gay Tommy.
You said what?
Killing it. You pull a gay. Just start killing off random niggas.
No, I don't. Look, bro, it gotta make sense though. I don't just kill them niggas off in no stupid ass way. Most of the time, I plan for characters to be impact characters, and what I mean by like impact is like they gotta leave like a certain impact or a progression for the story. So if I already made a character that I already was like, yeah, this person probably not gonna make it to the end of the story, I know that from the start. And then if I start liking that character too much, I was like, oh fuck, right? Because I know, damn, now it's gonna be hard for me to kill them. So when the time point comes where I was supposed to kill them, I'll be like, nah, I'm gonna drag this out for like 2-3 more chapters. Then I do it because I feel like, okay, now it's gonna have more of an impact. Because look, look, if you was to ever read one of my stories, I was to ever publicize one of these stories. The way to know if a character's gonna die, just by prediction, is by how the story flow. In the beginning, is if they likable or non-likable. Because it's some character I make that I purposely make them non-likable. Because they have hard lives. So, you know, sometimes people are just dicks to each other because their life is just hard. Right? If they non-likable, then they become likable after a flashback, they probably gonna die, right? If they likable from the beginning, they're probably gonna die, right? If they close to the main character, friends with the main character, or rivals to the main character, they're probably gonna die. But the telltale is if I start giving them a backstory. Like if I start going heavily into a backstory when there was none. Like if it's a likable character, and then like randomly on chapter I introduce them chapter 5 or some shit, right? And then randomly on chapter 203, I start to dive into their family life when they was young. That nigga's about to die. That nigga's about to die.
Didn't that happen to Vegeta? Didn't that happen to Vegeta?
He said, I want to go home now. I want to be Batman. But no, that's genuinely how I do it. But I have a problem with like writing too, and the fact that like I feel like I care too much in the sense that it's like when I write, if I get writer's block or if I have an idea and I feel like it don't fit the story I'm writing, I open up a new story and I just start writing off the new idea that I had. And I do that so often. So now it's like, I'm currently writing like 57, 58 fucking stories.
So what a book said, man. I remember writing, God, I ain't never got to hear the rest of it. I was interested.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was writing that, and then I end up getting the idea for a story. It's called Tracer. So then I'm like, oh shit, this kind of nice. So then I started writing that. Then I started writing fucking a bunch of other shit. So it didn't happen.
I fuck with the audiobook aspect of it, but I was listening to that shit when I was at school. It was some peak. I was happy when every episode came out. The next shit just stopped. I was like, damn, another one.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. Back then, I had well, I ain't even gonna say back then. I have a real bad habit of not coming back. But nah, I don't even think I even wrote too much more on it. I think I got to chapter 34, 35. And then I was writing Descent around the same time, which was I don't even know how to explain it, because it's a story that I think you call them like tragic romance. I think that's what it was be called. But it was about, you know what I'm saying, three friends and shit like that. You know what I'm saying, 2 girls, 1 dude. And I don't know, I think the video's still out. But basically, the nigga, you know, the friendship got ruined because, you know what I'm saying, the nigga started dating one of the girls, which is, you know what I'm saying, you just don't do that. If you friend with 2 girls and you know them since you were little, don't date neither one of them. It's gonna turn out bad. No matter how good you might think about it, it's gonna turn out bad.
So whatever happens to that Young Justice story, I think it was called let me go back and look. It had a real good name to it. I fucked with the story, but it only got 1 episode.
Nigga, it was the fucking the prototype, the second song.
Yeah. Second son. Whatever happened to that one? I got some more chapters to it or what?
Nigga, no. I ended up starting to make the fucking videos like years later, I think. Nah, it was most definitely a year later. Something like that. It was a while after I did it. But I ended up starting to make the series I'm doing now, the new second. Because there was a lot of shit that I was doing that when I was thinking that story out, the concept in it, I was like, yeah, nah, this shit not gonna make sense. Because sending a person back from the future to the past, that's not a hard concept to really like juggle with. But then I'm like, nah, this nigga gonna know so much because he's supposed to be from the future. So not much is supposed to surprise him. And the reason I was like, nah, I'm gonna have to change that whole concept is because it wasn't gonna be much room for exploring new things. The reason I did the one I'm doing now is because, yeah, he might be a outside reader of the comics, but he don't know every comic. He don't know every variation of the story. And now he's in the world affecting the story. So he don't know how that shit can turn out. There's always gonna be dominoes effect for playing with shit or not playing with anything. And that's why it works.
Trev, you still doing Project Scarlet?
I want to. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really do. But at the same time, it's like, bro, like the concepts that I have, I feel like I ain't gonna do them right. Because Project Scarlet is, you know, a human soul being born in a demon body, and what that's supposed to look like. But the end of the story, basically what you're supposed to take away from the story is that at the end of the day, humans are demons anyway, if we choose to be. Because it's not going to be much different from him and how he act and what he do than the humans he's going to encounter. Because humans are some greedy, evil motherfuckers too. We act holier than thou, but we're not.
Do you think humans are naturally evil?
Yes.
Hey, 12. I have
Because
a question.
Easy concept to find out if humans are naturally evil or not. It's just off the simple fact that, look, I can tell you like this, right? Say you have a friend, right? This friend, and then later on, y'all end up introducing a new friend to y'all group, right? You might think it's no problem with that, right? But your friend might get jealous. What if your friend start liking that girl? What if that girl give you more attention than him? Just simple shit like that can lead to some really, really bad shit. And whole time, you don't know. You unaware of it. Because it ain't like you fucking doing anything intentionally. And even if you was to find out that the girl like you and was to be the better friend and be like, nah, I'm not gonna date you because my friend like you, right? And I can't do him like that. Would your friend do that for you in that same situation? Probably not, because humans are innately selfish people. We want it all, but don't really want to work for it. And the ones who do work for it, they feel entitled to having more than they work for. Another concept is that humans think they can earn their way into heaven. Think about that. They think about the fact that if they raise money here on earth, preach the word of God here on earth, monetarily, of course, because they're making money for it. They're not gonna do it for free. That earns them the right to go to heaven, because they were like, oh, did I not tell people about the greatness of God? I deserve to go to heaven because I was a good person. I did good things. Did that sound like a good a naturally good entity or a naturally bad entity?
It's naturally bad.
I deserve to go to this place because I did these things. That's entitlement. And you can't find a single human, dead or alive, that don't have those traits. Now, certain traits are manageable. Like me, I learned how to stop feeling jealousy when I was a kid, because I realized it's a needless, useless emotion. I never felt envy because I never wanted what somebody else had. So that's why it was so easy for me to not be jealous. And most of the time, jealousy comes from when you think somebody is taking something that belongs to you, or that you feel like you deserve. But then that is very easily canceled out by the fact that we don't deserve shit. Nobody owes us anything. If people are loyal to you, it's because they choosing to be loyal to you. They can make a choice at any time to not be loyal to you. So we all have free will, and you have to be okay with those choices. Because whether you are or not, they're going to happen regardless. Our need to try to control everything and try to dictate how everything plays out in our lives is what leads to most of the bad shit about our lives. The more you try to control shit, the more you realize you're not in control. Got hella philosophical there, I ain't gonna lie. Huh?
I'm about to say, yeah, you got hella philosophical, but all you saying is pretty true.
You know,
I mean, it's very easily seen. If you look at the P. Diddy shit that's happening right now, you will see it. How many people knew about that evil and did nothing? Think about that. The government knew, the feds knew, CIA knew, all these niggas knew. This is not new information to them. Think about that. None of this shit is new to any of the people in Hollywood. They all knew this shit was a thing. What did they do about it?
Jack shit.
Exactly, because guess what? It was gonna hurt them. They were gonna be blackballed. They were gonna be fucking AWOL'd from whatever kind of monetary fucking gain they was getting from whatever the fuck they was getting, and they was benefiting from it. So they're not about to stop something, no matter how disgusting it is, because they're benefiting. So while this grown man is out here making other grown men sell their fucking booty to him for record deals and anything else the fuck else he can think of, there's other grown men that know what's going on that are his bodyguards doing nothing about it. Friends that's partaking in it are probably doing it too, or doing nothing about it. And that's when you just get to a point where you like, damn, bro, everybody's just so naturally fucked up and so nasty, and nobody take nothing serious. You know how many niggas that run around saying I'm a Diddy disciple? You know how many niggas I heard say that? I'm a Diddy's disciple?
Bro,
I'm
let me
like,
call you back.
what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas? But I understand why our generation don't take nothing serious. It's because everything is a fucking joke. If you think about it, the price of living is going up, but the minimum wage that we got don't allow for us to live comfortable lives. Nobody
That
my
shit is
age or older than me can comfortably buy a fucking house. When it was so fucking easy for our parents and their generation to get houses and shit.
Shit.
Our presidential candidate is bringing Meg Thee Stallion up there to twerk in front of niggas to get votes.
Wait, that actually happened? I thought that shit was propaganda. Oh,
No,
fuck.
nigga, that shit was serious.
Oh, fuck, we're cooked. Yeah,
We're
cooked.
so fucking cooked. That's why nobody take nothing serious. Because it's so hard to take a world serious that seems like it don't take itself serious.
How did we even get to this fucking state? Holy shit.
Because we lost touch with God, bro. The moment we start letting
Very
niggas
true.
like mock God and mock moral values. Because even look, this is something I learned, that whether you're an atheist or not, your whole upbringing and your whole thought process on what's right and wrong come from the moral teachings of the Bible. So if you don't believe in the Bible, where are your moral values going to lie?
Shit, somebody else? Somebody that you made
With some other institution, schooling, or other religion. And most of our schooling is telling our kids that it's okay to want to change your gender. It's okay to be sick in the head and not seek medical help.
Which is, I don't understand at all.
But then anybody that tell you no, you're sick, you need help, get censored. Like this, just because I said that in this video, watch something happen. Cause you just can't speak the fucking truth no more. There's no such thing as freedom of speech unless you're speaking for what they want and not against it.
A world with freedom of speech, but so scared to actually speak up on it.
Think about it.
Speak up on wrongs.
Most of the time, when somebody make an allegation, they have to prove they're innocent, right? When it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So like niggas are supposed to be actively looking for signs that this could be true, building a case that this could be true, and letting the police, the jury, forensic scientists, and everybody the fuck else do their job to prove that this person is guilty. What happens now if somebody says something against your character? What happens?
Shit, your shit out of luck unless you can prove the niggas wrong.
Exactly.
Unless you have irrefutable evidence that you was not doing that thing or you were in the vicinity of
Yeah, and that's the craziest part, bro. Like that is not our job to deem if somebody is innocent or not. We supposed to just follow the fucking trial. The trial will tell us. But what do most people do? They be like, oh, this person was abusive in this relationship with no proof. That nigga's immediately losing sponsorships. He losing his job. His family don't want to talk to him. His mother disgusted in him. Like just off one word with no proof.
Ain't that shit happened to that plumber dude off that 20v1? Where a girl was like, hey bro, he kind of low-key abusive and shit like that. He lost all his job sponsors. His job fired him. All this extra bullshit. I feel so bad for that man.
See, my relationship with God is complicated for the simple fact that I am a living testimony to how hard life can really be on this fucking planet. But at the same time, I always catch myself thinking that my life could have been so much fucking worse. Like there's people whose lives was so much fucking worse than mine. But there's people whose lives was better than mine. And then you just have to come to a point where you have to understand that, like, in a weird way, everything comes full circle. And like a lot of the fucked up shit that happens because we have free will. If we didn't have free will, the world would be better, but it'd be boring as fuck.
Yeah.
So think about it. Infinite, like creating God, right? Make these imperfect things. Do you expect him to think that these things are going to be perfect when he made them imperfectly? That's just like delivering fucking Cheetos to ants. And then stop doing it. You don't know what the fuck they gonna do after that shit stop coming in. Cause they might stop hunting because they get so reliant on knowing those fucking Cheetos are coming.
So, 12, what are some steps that you would do to fix or improve our government the way it is now?
I feel like
or just society as a whole?
I feel like every government agent, every politician, every person of that nature need to simply not be paid as much as they're being paid. It's that simple. That is a job very narcissistic, psychotic people seek out because it pays a lot. That's why a lot of doctors, they don't really care about trying to save people because they're not in it to save people. They in it to get paid. Lawyers, they're in it to make money. They're not doing it because they care about law and peace and justice. Police officers are all the same. They are there to make a bag. They don't want to protect and serve. Most of them don't. If every job paid the same amount, guess what will happen?
People try and go to the easiest one.
They will go for the easiest one for them. Because it's this simple. If you get paid the same amount regardless, what's the difference from being a janitor to being a teacher? The janitor is somebody who don't mind cleaning. The teacher is somebody who want to teach. But when you start putting a monetary value on the importance of jobs of that nature, people who just in it for the monetary part going to start seeking out jobs they're not qualified to do, or nor have no business doing. You know how many therapists I've ran into in life there was therapists that was supposed to be helping me, and I could genuinely tell that these niggas are not right in the head. And this is from early in my childhood. I was sitting on this couch looking at this therapist, the white nigga with glasses. I'm telling this nigga about some shit that happened in my life, and I look over there, see this nigga looking at his watch.
I think that was partly a thing that I was scared of for even trying to go to therapy.
That nigga, and why you think I see therapy as a fucking joke? Because it's so hard to discern the real ones from the ones who just want to get paid.
In 12,
shit,
when you
bro.
made,
Huh?
oh, I
No,
was
what?
gonna ask, when you made your stories, you ever just look back on your stories and just think about like things that you kind of do for tropes for some yours? I do that quite a few times, especially for my main story.
I mean, I don't really know how to do a trope, to be honest. Most of the shit I do is either super far-fetched or in the realm of possibility or something I've done before. So I'm writing about all these powers and shit because that's something I want. So that's the fantasy aspect. But as far as like interworking relationships, most of the time it'd be something I've seen or I've dealt with before. Like I've been shit, I feel like a hoe now. Even speaking about this. Like I've been with some girls that genuinely don't give a fuck. Like they just gone. To the point where it's like you can't do nothing, nigga. You gotta constantly put reassurance into this relationship when you're doing nothing. You gotta constantly get background checks, your phone getting took and searched through, and you're doing nothing. And that's just off the fact that because they made bad decisions, they were dealing with people who was doing shit. So now everybody getting punished for crimes they did not commit. And I dealt with some girls that was complete hypocrites. They were like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. But we'll be doing the same thing on the opposite side of it. You can't have girlfriends because what if you only talk to them because you like them? Or what if they only talk to you because they like you? Then they would turn around and have girlfriends and be like, well, I knew him forever. He want to fuck you. But I'm not going to let him, so you know. Nah, bitch, you're done. You're done. Pack it up. Like,
that shit is so fucking relatable.
Like, bro, like you think just because you're the gatekeeper to sex, that's not the same going around? Like, nigga, some niggas don't pride themselves on sticking their dick in everything. Like, I'm not a shallow person, but I've never really liked ugly things. So if I can't look at you and be happy looking at you, I'm most definitely not touching you. It's some niggas out here though. They get a month honey pack, they pop a perk, and they don't give a fuck. I know niggas like this. They don't give a fuck. It's just another body. It's just, that's all it is. It's like, bro, I'm gonna fuck this bitch because I can. Not because I want to. Not because I want to be in a relationship with her, nor marry her, nor did I think she add any value to my life. Just simply because she's going to allow me to do it, and I want to. That's it. That's the end line of it. And I'm like, yeah, I never understood that way of thinking. Cause I'm a weird nigga in the sense that I genuinely believe in like real romance and shit. Like, I have to actually be emotionally connected to you if I'm going to have sex with you. Cause to me that actually means something. Most people don't. That's the problem with life now. With most people, it don't mean a single fucking thing anymore. Back then, when it meant something to dudes, and it didn't really, and like when it meant something to women, dudes always been the same. It always been a lot of dudes that don't give a fuck. It always been a lot of dudes who kind of do, right? But back then, when girls used to actually care about having a lower percentage of fucking men that have seen them, let alone touched them, it used to be better. Because everybody actually cared about their virtue. They cared about like what it meant to be connected to a person. Nowadays, it ain't even niggas telling bitches that it's okay to be hoes no more. Genuinely, it's the complete opposite. I see so many niggas that you would assume that they want sluts, but like, you know what I'm saying, like niggas that chains, watches, all that shit that you would have just assumed, yeah, these niggas they like fast bitches. No, they tell them, they be like, bro, it's all hoes now. That's all it is. It's just all hoes. And then when they finally think they found the one, she's still a hoe. And that's the worst part.
Bro, there's no hope for dating. There's no hope for dating no more. Fuck.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just literally a hookup thing. Because if you want to get with anybody and take that shit serious, especially now with a lot of niggas, you got to take so much shit on the chin when it comes to with dealing with a girl. Because a lot about what girls care about, guys don't care about. And a lot about what we care about, girls don't seem to understand that's what we care about, even though we tell them that's what we care about. Like, girls be like, why the body count matter? Because we want to know if you were fucking ran through or not. That matters to men for a lot of different reasons. Some more shallow than others. But on a base level, no dude wants something that is easy to attain, easy to lose, and that everybody had. And tell me I'm wrong.
You're not. But people don't like to hear shit like this.
Now, it's some dudes that is like, okay, you've been with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Okay, that's still relatively low numbers. Life is life. Life happens. But it be these bitches that they doing 2 niggas at a time and count it as one. And it's like, what? It's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, you know nobody's gonna take you serious unless you get somebody who genuinely think they can't do any better than you. And that's most of the time what happens. Like, look at any actively known, like, entertainer that's in the adult industry. And then try to find they like significant other, boyfriends, husbands, or anything of the like. They either don't got one or that nigga do not want to be seen. Cause you wanna know why? Cause he know isn't an innate shame in dating somebody who's currently or have like did that shit. Participated in those type of things. But them niggas know, well, she gonna take care of me. They ain't got a backbone. Them niggas probably ain't, they doing it for any number of reasons. They probably getting financial benefits from it, which to me is fucking disgusting. Cause you a man and you don't know how to make your own money, nigga, that's weird. I ain't saying y'all can't be a team and y'all can't do shit together, but if you solely with somebody for monetary gains, there's something wrong with you.
You know, I thought as a guy, you have an innate pride in your woman, and like you wouldn't want your woman, especially being seen getting fucked by like 2 dudes.
Nigga,
like,
we do. But like they're trying to tell us that shit's not okay. That's what I don't like about turning on the news and shit like that. If they're trying to tell you it's something wrong with you when you think like that. Like it's something wrong with you if you think, well, if you were born what you was born, then that's what you are. If you say shit like that, it's something wrong with you. You homophobic this, transphobic that. And it's like a phobia is to be scared of something. It's not to not like it. It's to be scared of it. I'm not scared of no nigga that think he's a girl. Far from it.
Yeah, that is something that I was thinking. It's like, what is... Because, yeah, that whole thing about phobia, that is the definition of that. That's what they started doing when they started making the definition of phobia.
Yeah, and like every word is losing its meaning. Because niggas just grab a word and then they just change the fucking meaning. Like, when they started running around with fucking toxic masculinity, that's not a real thing. That's not even a real concept. Now, if there are masculine men that are fucking weird, yes, there's masculine men that are nice though. Masculinity is a thing that is needed. It's a necessity to our civilization. But they're telling there's something wrong with niggas doing that. They want twinks and they want fucking masculine women. So they hurting women and making them fucking hurt themselves by giving them all these unrealistic ass fucking expectations. Because all they doing is looking at other people, comparing themselves to other people. And us as dudes, we do the same shit, but to a lesser degree. Most of the time, we don't really care. But it is still a lot of dudes that do compare themselves to other niggas that they see. But girls do that way more. Like, it is a way serious, like that shit is serious. Like, I got a little niece, and she probably no older than 11. And she be like, oh, I need to start exercising. I'm getting fat. Where the fuck are you getting that from? Huh? You are a kid. Where are you getting that from? And she was like, oh, the people at school be saying, huh? Why the fuck are they even looking at you in that type of way? Y'all are kids. But then I start to realize every kid on this planet got a fucking tablet now.
Yeah. Another.
Yeah.
There's kids that probably know how to find links to shit that I don't even know how to find. These niggas got exclusive content. They know how to get this shit for free.
And that's the thing. Some stuff my niece watches, I'm not gonna lie, it's almost like it might as well be a spiral black and white swirl of how no sense it is, but it's all just content.
Yeah, bro. And I'm like, this shit getting
Like-
scary. Because
like
I most
fake
definitely
families
do want
just- or
kids,
fake
but like,
friends on Roblox type shit.
I know my kid gonna be, they either gonna love or hate me for the way I raised them. And it ain't no in-betweens.
I mean, sometimes it kind of feels like it has to be that way at some point.
I mean, it do. Because for the simple fact that there's so many people out here not raising their kid, I gotta raise my kid harder.
I mean, yeah. And with that situation on some shit, it's like people are being praised about the behavior that people did in the 90s when it's like, say something about another person and like bad parenting behavior and shit. That was when people were like, that's not the same case now. Because,
Yeah, morals were different.
yes, the morals, the
No.
events, like
That's the thing.
everything-
Everybody, bro. Like, when niggas be saying conspiracy theories of like, oh, the government's trying to really like take control of us and brainwash us. At first, when I was younger, I used to be like, that shit not real. Why would the government do that? But then when I started getting older and I started actually knowing how to pay attention to money and where money go and paying attention to just little fine things. Like when I first started working, I was like, I ain't never seen the government here lifting none of these bags with me, help me load none of these fucking trailers. But then I see them when I get paid on my fucking paycheck saying that, hey, bro, I'm gonna need some of this, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna need a little bit of this. Nigga, you ain't help me do nothing.
Yeah, literally the amount of tax everything gets.
You don't help me
And
do
then
shit.
it's tax on every
so
fucking
many
thing.
taxes on
There's a
everything.
tax on everything. And then, you know what I'm saying? There used to be no tax online. They changed that. There's a tax on literally everything. There's a tax on your taxes. When you get your taxes back, they take a tax out of that. When do you get that back?
That's the craziest part. How do you get taxed for fucking tax returns?
No, you want to know the craziest part? That's not even the craziest part. You want to know the craziest part? These niggas lose trillions of dollars all the fucking time overseas in these government fucking little things. But if you do your taxes, if you file your taxes and you off by 3 cents, they will know. They so good at
That's
keeping
the
track of your
craziest
money.
thing.
They are so good at keeping track of your money. But when it comes to all of these other
Exactly.
things, it's like, damn, bro, y'all got it, bro. We was slipping. I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened?
Because here's the thing. Here's what I'm probably guessing. They probably get hella fucking money individually if they catch someone with that shit. I know for a fact some people get benefits from catching people, like doing the whole, like making sure people do their taxes. Like the tax collectors ain't drooling at the mouth for getting a bonus because they caught someone.
Like,
Which
that shit-
incites
like that's what I'm saying. Like shit
takish
like
behavior.
that shit like that is just like why I understand. Like I never really liked it, niggas who did fraud and tax evasion and shit like that. I was like, bro, y'all taking away from the schools and the kids and all this other shit. And then I started getting older and I'm like, nah, these niggas taking away from us. They taking away from them fucking kids. And they using us to try to fill in from what they taking.
You wanna know something crazy? There was a guy that I was watching. Well, it was like a story about a guy who literally just wandered off into the wilderness because he knew how to like survive, and he made a cabin at an area. But as soon as it started going into a situation where it was making him interested, like famous, almost, they wanted to make a TV show about him. They found his location and they told him that
He can't be there
live
because
out
it's
there.
private land. Even though it's
I
the
think-
fucking
no, he
woods, how the
needed a
fuck
permit.
somebody? Yeah. How?
And he
Why do
needed
you
to
need a
pay for said
permit to
yeah.
to live in the fucking woods? If I want to just go off the grid, why the fuck do I still need to be paying for that?
Which is the craziest thing. And he has like 4 kids now, and I think he still does it. There are certain things he doesn't do, some things he does, but
he understands what a lot of us need to understand is that if you take back your life, you can't half-ass it. You can't take back your life and still be working a 9 to 5. You can't take back your life and still be feeding the thing that's trying to eat it. Like I was saying this to my older sister, and I was like, bro, you know, if I was to just not pay my taxes, they could come after me. But what if all of America was to just say, we not paying taxes this year? What would happen?
No one would be the government wouldn't have enough money to force people to pay.
Well, look, just simple shit like that. They will be forced to have to bend backwards for it. But they so busy distracting us with all these stupid things that we don't never bound together. That's why I realize racism is a gimmick. Everything that you think is real is not real, or it's happening to a less degree than you think it is. Like I'm so sorry for all the kids that lose their lives in school shooting and shit, but that shit cannot be happening as much as they saying it is. Some of this shit is staged because they just need a distraction really in the time period to cover up some other shit. They be like, look here, why I do this? Don't look at my hand, look over here.
And the weirdest thing is, honestly, when people expose, mystery, conspiracy, some stuff like that, honestly, I think that's their other hand covering it up, but giving a false transparent hand or just like a picture on it. It's like, here's what we're showing on here.
I swear. I always thought like that. I always thought, bro, if this is what they showing us, what if they not showing?
Yeah, and it's like, if this is what are people scrounging up and this is what they're letting you show for a situation, like here's what actually can you mute me on the YouTubes real quick?
Alright. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You did not have to do the voice. I understood. I mean, duh. Think about it, bro. With America being how they was for so long, being the strongest for so long, it was only bound that niggas was gonna find ways to not outstrength them, but outsmart them. So like with the thing with TikTok, and they was like saying that TikTok was used as a way of fucking farming data and shit like that. I'm like, I mean, if it was, it ain't any worse. It ain't any worse than what the American government's already doing to us. You understand that millions and millions of people are being monitored all the time because they might be a potential threat and not even a threat? Think about that. If it was an AI watching you saying that you might be a potential threat and it's watching you, niggas would be like, that's a violation of their freedom. But the government do that to us all the time. And it seems like nobody really knows or cares. The average American, bro, slaves. Slaves. Think about it. Everybody's living paycheck to paycheck. We're starving, hungry, barely have anywhere to live, so now they're making us fight for every fucking thing. Think about it. They opened the borders to let people in that not from this country, when the people here in this country can barely live in this country. And they giving these niggas cars. They giving these niggas cars. They crashing into shit. You know what I'm saying? They doing all this wild shit. And we just like, okay. And it's just making people just not nice to each other. If we were taken care of, we could take care of other people. But we not even taken care of. And our government trying to do shit for other people. It's like, bro, we're not even taken care of. The fuck you mean you opening up the borders? The fuck you mean you about to give $1 trillion to Ukraine for this? What do you mean you about to fucking help Gaza? What do you mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Nigga, I'm broke. Nigga, that shit is a gimmick. Wherever the fuck we rank, it ain't good enough for us. But like, see, the worst thing to me is it's not even the fact that like, our government literally pimp us out like bitches, force us to work jobs that we don't like and get paid nothing for our contributions to the fucking nation. It's the simple fact that like, nigga, none of these politicians care about us. These niggas been making money longer than we even understood the concept of what money really was. These niggas don't fucking care. And that's why I'm voting for Trump. Because he seemed like the only nigga who do understand the gravity of the situation. I know he's rich. He knows he's rich. He been telling us he was rich from the fucking beginning. He don't try to act like he came from the struggle. He don't try to act like he worked the job he never fucking worked. He don't try to act like, because he know he didn't. He like, hey, guess what? All like when they were trying to expose him for using them tax breaks, he was like, yeah, I know how to use it. Because you know people that know how to use it. The same people that helped me learn how to use it are people helping you do it. And he been publicly telling us shit. He been publicly giving us the shit we need. Like when he threw the fucking PPP loans out, and when he did you know how many fucking people got them fucking loans, and they did nothing with them. Like, bro, if I would have known at the time that them loans was going around, I would have had a fucking business. Nigga, I know niggas in my family that went and bought a mansion, bought cars, and got all that shit taken back from them. And I'm like, bro, why didn't none of these niggas tell us that this shit was a thing so we could get some money? And then I realized my family fucked up. None of these niggas care about each other. It's survival of the fucking fittest. When that's not what fucking family is supposed to be. Family is supposed to be, hey, I know this thing, now we know this thing. Hey, I seen this thing, now we seen this thing. I know a way to make money, now we know a way of making money. That's what I've been telling niggas from the beginning, bro. If you get a group of fucking friends that you can full-heartedly put y'all hearts together and understand each other, do that shit together. Make money together. Save money together. Do everything together. Like if I was to get a big ass house, right? I'm inviting my niggas to live there. Because if we all in this big ass house making money together, we can keep this big ass house. And then we can buy the land around this big ass house to build more big ass houses.
Concept of the words survival of the fittest, usually when people think of that, they think of a group tearing each other apart, usually, or a bucket full of crabs.
Yes.
But how it should really be is a group of people on some Minecraft shit, and they all split up to do their own thing. It should be
everybody's good at something, bro. We are a tribe, a very big fucking tribe now, but we all started as a tiny, minute, insufficient fucking tribe. It was one person that was good at this, one person that was good at that, and these people worked together to make our civilization to what it is now. And now they constantly telling us, nah, don't work together no more. Don't care about each other no more. Don't do none of that shit. Because
honestly, that's
you gotta look out for you. You gotta do this for you. You gotta look out for yourself. And it's like, you know how many people that out here that genuinely want to do good, they genuinely want to just be out here and they want to protect their family and they want to, you know what I'm saying? But now they feel like, bro, to protect their family, they got to kill you and take your family out.
You want to know the really crazy part? That's why the whole reason why a cult works so fucking well in history. Because it's a special organization that you can pull together and be special with and be one. See,
the thing about a cult is that it's always some meticulous, narcissistic fuck person that runs it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's why I'm about to start a fucking cult. Because at least my niggas gonna benefit from it. I'm gonna let you know what it is from the beginning. Nigga, this is a cult. We about to round some money up. We about to all work jobs. We about to all put the money together. We about to look. I'm telling you, we buying this, then we buying this, then we buying this, and then we buying this. We gonna start our own LG&E. We gonna have our own electricity and shit. We gonna just make a big ass fucking solar field. First we buy the land.
Yeah.
Then we buy solar panels. Then we hook it up to all our houses. Now we ain't gotta pay electricity no more. Everybody cut them fucking bills off. Cause we make it our own.
Or
start collecting rainwater, get some purifiers.
Get water power.
Now we got water. Now we don't need water, and we don't need lights. As far as it comes to food, I mean, I don't know how to take care of some fucking animals, but I know niggas who know how to take care of animals. I have no problem fucking killing an animal to eat because that's what we used to do in the first place. With that being said, we starting a cult. No, I'm dead serious.
Let me think. Well, have you ever heard about eating turkey eggs?
No. People do that?
Yeah, they're bigger than chicken eggs, and they're just like normal eggs. I mean, I've had duck egg and chicken egg and stuff like that. They're not that bad. They're pretty big. It's like the size of like a hand grenade.
By the way, 12, if I go, it's because I live on a homestead, and if I need it now. So, like...
We're starting a cult. Join the cult. We don't have a name yet, but, hey, join the cult.
Yeah, we own this land and building the houses and all that, but, like... So we're actively doing all the stuff for the property. My mom pretty much paid for the property, so it's a family thing. And second that anybody calls, I need to go.
See, that's the thing I don't know. See, I need to talk to people who have bought land, who have bought property. Like, I don't know how that shit work.
I could probably get some more info about that, because that's in the history of some stuff that we did, because we bought a couple acres.
Yes, that right there, I need that. Cause nigga,
acres?
Yes, I'm talking a lot though. I'm talking like a
Okay.
massive amount
Acres is
for
a
me to start
measurement
this
of
cult.
land in square
I
radius.
know what a fucking acre. Don't
my bad,
try
my
to
bad, sorry.
teach me, nigga.
Okay, sorry.
I said I
sounded
didn't
like
say I
you
didn't know what a fucking acre was. I said I don't know how to
it
buy
sounded
land.
like you didn't know. Sorry.
For me, my mom pretty much is doing a rent to own that as soon as we fully pay off a property, we completely own it right now. That's how
smart.
ours work.
That's smart.
Some part of the property is you gotta buy it off of other people. That's from what I know. And one piece is something that my parents like got off of another person because they didn't own it, and it was from someone that passed away a long time ago, but they got it, and the neighboring property, they're not necessarily willing to give it up just yet, kind of holding off, but they're willing to rent it or like have a. It was still iffy. I'm not sure.
See, somebody just said something about Diddy, and then that made me realize that, like, I mean, I'll most definitely strong arm niggas to take shit I want. I ain't doing all that extra shit because that's just fucking gay. But like, I'll most definitely intimidate somebody to get what I want. Because I feel like that's all life is now. It's just fucking, stepping on somebody to get up the stairs.
Yeah.
So I'm most definitely need some land. A lot of land.
Yeah, right now we own maybe 4 different lots, I want to say. We own our current one that we live on, the one across the street behind the property. Yeah, I want to say about 3 or 4. Yeah, right now we
That
have
is
2
fucking
different
good.
houses. Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I might just become a fucking landlord. Watch me start making videos of me fixing up the properties that I own, or paying people to fix up the property that I own while recording them. One of the two. Hey, one of the two. I'm good at learning shit, but if I don't want to do it, I'm not gonna do it. That's something I just know about myself.
Yeah.
You said, what do I think?
What
What do I think about
For
the Diddy
trees,
situation?
you can just let people like come and clear that out, and then you can hire someone to get the you can to like remove the stumps from the ground and stuff. It churns up the soil a little bit, but that's kind of what you need to do at some point.
For us, we pretty much had this land for over maybe 5 years, and we just been cutting down the trees, burning the things when they're dry, especially for winter, and doing that. Mowing the lawn, planted
Look, this
grass.
is something that a lot of people don't understand. Like, y'all lived off the land and shit and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
I been in the city my entire life. I want to go live off the fucking land. And a lot of people that be living on farms and shit don't want to be on farms, and they want to go live in a fucking city. That's the thing I never understood about life or humans. It's like, bro, we always want to do the opposite of what we experience.
I kind of felt a little bit about it. I think it's because what you want to feel something about it that's different from what you're currently experiencing, what you have known. So it's kind of like
what you don't understand is
a sense of wanderlust.
What you don't understand is, you know how fucking safe I will feel being able to live on land that I own, and I know for miles around me there's no other houses, there's no other people.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna hear pew 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 all through the fucking night. Niggas not breaking into houses. None of that shit is happening where I am. I'm so secure here. Get a couple of dogs for the field that's already trained. You know what I'm saying? Get some cameras. I might fucking start a farm. Like, you know what I'm saying? I might just start doing some shit I never even did. Because I'm safe here.
Yeah, that's the same for me. I grew up in the city the entire life. I literally had to convince my mom, who wanted to eventually become a landowner, to start going along with it, because I just did not really care too much about money. In fact, my thing was always about I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. I guess survivalist, so I have whatever skills that I need to survive if anything goes bad.
Mind if I ask a question, 12? If I inherit the property from my parents on some shit, would y'all wanna?
Yep. I'll be there the day you get it.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I'll pack my entire fucking house up. I own this house. I'm not gonna sell it.
I know
but like, I'm gonna most definitely rent it out. And I'll be there the next day.
My old property, or the property that I grew up on some shit, because they did sell it, yeah. But at the same time, it's a level of when I was.
Who they sell it to, and for how much?
No,
give me that information. Give me that information. Give me that information again.
Yeah, I'll do.
So if I find out how much it is worth, nigga, I might fucking get it.
You can actually find it with the address on some shit. Like it's online.
That's why I said taste it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yo, so what did you do to buy your house?
What do you mean? What did I do to buy my house?
Like, what kind of job was you working at the time?
Oh, nigga, this wasn't started by me. It's just something I finished. So I ended up getting this house because my girl, that my girl that I'm with, her dad, RIP him. That nigga was an amazing person. He barely spoke little to no English, but what he did know and say was always something very profound. But he started buying the house a long time ago, back when he first came here. Right? He was in apartments and shit. Then he found the house. He started renting to own. Right? So he had already started it. He passed away. You know what I'm saying? He left majority of the assets to my girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Because her brother, you know what I'm saying, he a welder. He make good money. I want to be a welder. So, you know what I'm saying, whenever, you know what I'm saying, like I always wanted to be one. So like when I heard that nigga was a welder, I was like, oh, that's fucking amazing. Then I was like, that's what I wanted to do.
Damn.
But like the shit was already almost finished. So like the little amount of money I was making, you know what I'm saying, made a contribution to it and shit. And then it was like, damn, this shit is amazing. Now we own it.
What made you want to be a welder?
Back when I was younger, niggas told me they made a lot of money, and if you was a deep sea welder, you make even more. And
yeah,
I was poor. My family needed money, and I was like, oh, if I was to do something, I need to do something that I can comfortably do, make a lot of money from it. And that's why I wanted to do it. But to be real, what I really wanted to do when I was little was, you know what I'm saying, be a video game designer. But then I had to go to school and learn coding and then all this other extra shit that I'm not gonna do.
I'm not gonna lie, that was also an option, but there was this app that tried to describe how video game design was on some shit, or like a website. But I got to the point where I was fiddling with it, but I just couldn't understand it really.
God damn, nigga, they want 256,000.
God damn.
Nah, your family got money, nigga.
It was already sold, but I heard that they sold it when I was in my first training area, in my first not when I was in BMT, when I was in the briefing for one of my when I was getting trained in services. In the briefing moving day on some shit, I was called on some shit. And that's when my mom told me. And it's a really weird feeling when you leave, and then it's like it was almost like they were like that whole land, like what it represented was mulched up and churned in that place. Does that make sense?
I
Like-
mean, you care more about that land than they do, obviously, and that's why you feel a certain type of way.
Yeah.
Because what you need to know is, home is where the heart is, not where the land is, and that's something you got really, really bad understanding with. You think that's your home because that's where you grew up. Like me, if I was to not live where I'm living right now, it would do nothing for me. Because nothing would change. I still would be with who I'm with, wherever we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this property, I would show anything about it, but I just so worry about doxing or just even showing my face that. But like, we're pretty much trying to connect the two houses, and we live in the forest. I mean, like, I think like for
y'all in the woods.
For the nearest town,
First,
I
for
think
the
it's like
doxing
hours
thing,
away.
doxing only happen to people that no funny shit, and not trying to be rude, but doxing only happen to people that somebody think matters. For every normal day people, you can't really be doxed because not anybody is just gonna find the information and then do anything with it.
Yeah. And then when it comes to being a doctor on some shit, it takes so long.
Like even me, I don't assume that if my fucking address is dropped that people just gonna come to my fucking house. I'm not important.
Yeah, for
They
me,
see
it's
it, they're
just
like,
for-
oh, that's where you live. All right, and they just keep it pushing.
Oh, someone said docs, not doc, like doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
No,
Sorry.
it would dox as a getting your information leaked.
But for me, if something was to happen, I would most likely get the land because out of my siblings, they trust me the most that if anything would happen, I would absolutely do everything in my power to keep them safe. That's something I pretty much been drilled in my entire life about doing for the family.
Oh, so you
And-
the guardian basically.
Yeah.
Because every
Like,
family got a
they
role,
want to
and
protect-
I feel like every nigga needs to know their role within the family.
Yeah, I may not be the best older brother, but they know for a fact if anything was happen, then
They can come
I
to you.
would willingly give my life to protect those two. In fact,
I ain't gonna lie, that's how it's supposed to be. Genuinely, that's how it's supposed to be. And you didn't even have to be the oldest to want to feel like that. Because
Yeah.
family is something that's supposed to be like sacred.
yeah, that's what we pretty much. If there's one life lesson that was drilled in all our lives, it's pretty much if everything goes shite, we depend on each other. For
Yeah.
I feel
We
like
will
every
always
every
think about
every family
family
try to say that to each other, but the words don't meet the action.
Yeah.
Cause that's the same shit that was said in my family, but like most of my family did some really shisty, evil shit to each other.
Yeah.
So it's like,
100%.
why the fuck you kept telling us to protect each other and shit? If you niggas are out here doing evil, vindictive, petty, shisty ass, backstabbing, heinous things to each other.
For us, I think it was just for even the cousins we grew up on, all was pretty much like I say we're close. I mean, we know all of our cousins from our dad's side, and like mom she just got to a point. She like our dad's side and our mom's side are two entirely different things, and they are two entirely different ways. Dad pretty much was always the one that pretty much taught us our life things, and Mom was always the one that pretty much taught us how to deal with life, like how make my always pretty much more like the do it herself type of person.
The work ethic.
Yeah,
Yeah. While Dad was always the one that we would talk to to worst comes to worst.
Okay.
I mean, genuinely,
Yeah.
I feel like that's a nice family structure, because most times, like, you're not supposed to really, like, in a good stable household, you're not really supposed to be talking to your dad and confiding in your dad until you're like 10, 11. That's when the responsibility of emotional gets shifted over to, okay, now I need to start making you more logical. Now I need to start, you know what I'm saying? Because women are innately nurturers and carers.
Yeah.
Most of them don't act like they are, but they are. And they want to care about somebody and they want to nurture something. So that's in the earlier stages, that's what they need. So you're a disciplinarian. You don't want to make sure that if they do wrong, belt the ass, because sometimes it's gonna have to come to that, especially if you want your kids to stay on a good path. Because some kids are just born and wired wrong.
Yeah.
Like, not wrong in the sense that like they gonna stay fucked up, but they just innately assholes. Like,
Yeah, I could say
between
for
two of my
that
different nephews, one of them is a little, like, he's a miniature version of my sister, and he's sweet as hell. He nice, but I see him getting to that point, just like my sister did, that now he's starting to get mean because his cousin keep fucking hitting him, and he tired of crying about it.
That's a quote. That's a.
And I
that's
was
a
trying to
fucking
tell,
quote.
I was trying to tell my family, I'm like, bro, we need to handle this as adults instead of them doing what we had to do and feeling like they have to fucking fight each other and do all this other extra shit, because that didn't work for us. So why the fuck would we expect it to work for them? And the niggas ignoring me because apparently I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And now it's getting worse because my little nephew, my little angel nephew, you know what I'm saying? He start picking up weapons and shit because he the youngest. And I'm like, that little nigga's like me.
He wanted your angel nephew wanted to go on a righteous crusade.
Basically,
with a flaming sword.
he was like, bro, I can't hurt you with my fists. I'm gonna hurt you with something. So now my other nephew be crying, and I ain't got nothing against them, these niggas. I love both of them, but I know my other nephew is a little dickhead. I know it. I seen it in him.
So
He
there's
might
nothing
look
to really be
innocent.
like,
He might look nice.
Kind of.
But I've seen the dickhead in him. But then you can't tell these two mothers anything about their kids, because, you know, a mother's instinct is to protect their kid, and like sometimes women take that shit overboard. Like, it's a lot of weird niggas, and they mothers want them to be out of jail, and they was weird just because that's her son. And I'm like, no, you did bad because you over nurtured, and that is the thing.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
with some stuff with my niece, she's very I'm not gonna say it's not warranted. She's very clingy with certain aspects of stuff. With the situation, I don't really blame her, but at the same time, with like, let's say if my sister wanted to go out sometime, and I got to deal with a crying niece wanting to call her and stuff, and it's like, I mean, I don't like. It's like, I know she's out to do, like, to have to be her, not be mom at the moment, or just want to go hang out, or not always have to be a mom at some point. Like,
Nah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I see that as wrong. When you're a mother, you're a mother. You're a mother all the time. Wanting to go out and wanting to do all the other extra shit, no, that shit stops the moment you become a parent. That's why I already got used to knowing that, like, nigga, I don't go clubbing. I don't do all that other shit. So if I had a kid, I know 100% of my attention will be on my kid.
Yeah,
That's
my
another
sister
sign of being a parent, when you don't really understand the responsibility of being a parent. Everybody think feeding, clothing, housing. That is literally your job by law as a parent. You're not doing anything exceptional. What it really means to be a parent is instilling moral beliefs, guiding,
yeah,
being there for them emotionally, Like you can't just be like, okay, well, I raised my kid, but you was never there for them emotionally. And like when they have breakdowns and shit, is to understand why they having breakdowns and not blame them for it. But I see a lot of times where kids be crying and they parents just be like, shut the fuck up. You always crying. Why is this baby always crying? That's the question.
Yeah.
What are they crying for? You're not trying to figure out the for. You just want them to stop making noise. And it's like, bro, if that's why you had kids and you think you just gonna have kids and they just not gonna cry, you're retarded.
There's an aspect where they get to go over to their dad's house on some shit, and even my nonverbal nephew has said that he said specific words at some point. Like, you know, when you ask him, is like, do you want this? He can say yes. And it's just like, it's a situation of like response answer type stuff. He doesn't want to go there or keep going over there, and Winnie wants to come back like she calls and misses and wants to come back to mom.
I ain't gonna lie. Early on, it might always seem like, you know what I'm saying, kids or like, because innately kids want to be with their mother, whether it's for they own good or they better judgment or their better parent. That's to be decided. I know kids that's with their mother and they will be way better off with their fathers, but they feel like they have to be with their mom because, you know what I'm saying, it's something innately that makes them feel like they have to do that.
Right.
That they have to be there with them. But that don't mean that the nigga a bad person or nothing.
Right. But
12. This story may be going a little bit personal, but my mom and dad both kind of split up a long while back, and when they were being split up,
I was born into my parents not being together, so like,
yeah, for us it pretty much was we were asked if we were going to any of them, which ones. My top priority was always my brother or sister. I did not want to be separated from them. Whatever I throw at them, I wanted to. God, they be somewhat fair if I could anyway. I'm not good with emotional stuff, but like, I at least wanted to be there for them. Did not want those to be gone and like, away from them.
I don't know. I feel like the reason we in a situation that we in is because a lot of us don't really develop the necessary like empathy and care that we would regularly have in life as fast as we probably should. Like, there's a lot of people that's very fucked up and stuck in their ways, and like they feel like that's just okay because they're like, well, this is who I am. And it's like, well, that's not who you have to be. And there's a lot of people that feel like they have to be this person because they've been that person for so long that they don't know how to not be that person. And I'm like, that's fucking stupid. As somebody who was a complete, I ain't gonna lie, I was not a good person. I mean, I calmed down a lot though. So I know, I mean, you can most definitely change who you are if you want to, but not a lot of people really want to change. They feel like there's nothing wrong with who they are. And nowadays in society, people are being told it's nothing wrong with them, instead of being like, well, are you okay being who you are? Because there's definitely something wrong with you, but are you okay with looking at what you see?
Which is probably the worst part.
And that's what I really don't like, bro, because it's like I wanna go around, I wanna be in the world, I wanna, like, you know what I'm saying, do shit. But then I know, damn, if I do start doing shit, what that's gonna bring. Cause there's a bunch of weird people that just do weird shit. And I'm like, I don't understand why they do weird shit. I don't even understand if they can understand that they're doing weird shit. Like there's people that live vicariously through other people instead of living their own lives. And in a way, it makes people, you know what I'm saying, something. But then again, you know what I'm saying, we giving it to the wrong fucking people.
Yeah.
Like it's certain people that are just very good people. So if it was ever a person who really deserved it, it would be somebody that's a good person. But no, we give it to people who are not really good people. Like, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Disrespect, for example. Why the fuck did he still got a following? Why the fuck do people still care about this nigga? Like that situation got glossed over so much that I'm so scared. And I feel like everybody in his fucking chat needs to be investigated.
Yeah.
Because it's like, bro, like I understand to a certain extent.
Wait, what happened with
Most people don't have to.
Years, right?
Nigga, you got Google, you got YouTube, nigga. It's out there. You can find it.
I ain't really fuck with him before.
I'm sorry, what?
So,
What's out there?
The whole Dr. Disrespect situation about him being a
yeah.
PDF
Yeah.
file and shit.
Oh, that nigga EDP, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That whole thing, people have recorded his freaking reaction.
Yeah, but you wanna know what was crazy? People was more worried about Sketch and his gay old videos than they was about that situation. They was more worried about a nigga living his life doing shit consensually than a nigga who was probably predating a fucking child. And I'm like, bro, niggas care more about a person being gay than they care about our children.
But isn't it supposed to be LGBT community plus good? Now what the fuck happened?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Everything is just so fucking, you don't never know what the fuck anything is. Cause I seen that situation and I'm like, so niggas are mad at him for being gay? Because that's all I was seeing. I'm like, so niggas are mad at him for being gay? And they were like, no, it's not because he was gay. It's because he streamed to kids and this, that, and the third. I'm like, he ain't never once publicly said that it was okay to be gay. He ain't never endorsed any of the shit he did. He ran away from that shit, actually. And he said he was gonna motherfucking disconnect from the server if it was ever found, because he wasn't proud of it. So you can't say you doing it to try to protect kids, because he was never after fucking kids.
But the nigga who was at the kids y'all trying to protect,
Which is
That's
really
what I'm
the weird
saying.
thing. Honestly, if I were to make this an analogy, the government is people behind a stage laying out scenarios, which is what's going on in real life, kind of like the situation of like the Truman Show, like, you know, with Jim
No,
Carrey.
it is not the fucking government.
No,
And that point, it's just us being
just-
fucking stupid. Because the government, they do a lot of fucked up shit. I'm not gonna lie, they do.
Yeah.
They really do. But
Yeah.
nigga, most of the shit is just us distracting ourselves from the fucked up shit that they're doing. So 9 times out of 10, they ain't even got to
Yeah.
distract us purposely anymore, because we're not looking for nothing.
Yeah.
They be like, oh
Which is
shit,
probably the
we
worst.
just made a oopsie whoopsie in fucking Ukraine. And then they look and nobody talking about it, and they're like, how come nobody talking about it? Kai getting beat the shit out of on Elden Ring. Oh. Well, I guess they don't know what happened.
It's kind of like in the situation, the public is like a toddler, and you're trying to say specific words that don't mean like trigger phrases that they know, so you're just speaking in code back and just trying not to let people listen. And if they that was literally the example. But
Yeah.
people are really focused on the spotlight, not if the script and the story is actually okay to talk about or do. You know?
Man, that's why cancel culture is so fucking retarded. Anybody who still genuinely think that that's a force that can be used for good is already being weaponized by the wrong fucking people. There's a bunch of people that don't have lives, and they fucking parasocial motherfuckers. And the moment something happened that they don't like, or they hear something that they don't like, they tend to just come up with this wild thing of being like, well, I'm about to say this person did this, or I'm about to look into their past tweet, which is fucking weird. That's really weird to me. Investigating some shit that
Yeah.
somebody said a long time ago, like people don't change, and now projecting and putting that onto them in the now. It's fucking
Yeah,
weird
which
to
is
me.
crazy.
Unless it's something like a crime that have been committed, where it's like, okay, this have to be held against this person. But for fucking tweets,
And that's the.
and it
that's
ain't
the
like
most
niggas be out here
craziest thing.
saying that they gon' fucking maim and kill people, or like you should not go to school tomorrow. Tweets. It's just fucking weird ass, stupid, edgy fucking people who probably say some shit they not supposed to be saying because they think, oh, this gonna make me look cool. This gonna make me
And
seem
here's the crazy
edgy.
thing. The whole thing about like the memes about the group chat getting leaked, that's the main thing about that whole math equation feeds on also. And I have a little hint of how that generation was kind of made was from people that were just feeding on shows based off of canceling people like Chopped or for like just elimination matches. Just that media that they've consumed in that way, like that small education laced a mindset
Yeah.
that was something to be cool about, because that's the whole thing with Shark Tank too, and America's Got Talent. Like, how many shows are based off of elimination of characters to get to one that is perfect and better out of everyone in that picture, in their opinion?
I never really was into shit like that. I'm not gonna lie. I was too busy worrying about what I was gonna eat, how I was gonna
Captain
survive.
Blizzard, that's what the fuck I was
Shit like
thinking
that.
I liked Mythbusters.
Oh, you talking about the
How It's
Inquisitor?
Made, and sometimes Chopped.
about. Yeah, bro, that's
I
a
spoke
prime
on that
example of,
situation
like,
when I seen it because that shit was so disheartening to me. Like
What?
that's what
What
I
was it?
like. Inquisitor,
he disconnected.
he disconnected because they were saying that he was something that he wasn't, with no proof, no none of that. And these people like actively did this shit on purpose. They purposely tried to bait him with the situation, and when he didn't go for the bait, they just started making shit up for fucking popularity's sake, for shits and giggles. And the whole time, puncher and kicker is the girl that was in a relationship with the nigga who planned this whole thing. That nigga was he was the thing. He was way too old to be with that girl. That's like a fucking high school
That's a
senior
prime
talking to a
example of
freshman.
why-
It's like, yeah, it could happen, but nigga, that's weird.
It is weird.
I think that's one of the prime examples why cancel culture isn't a good thing, because that man was so afraid of getting exposed to be a predator, even though he wasn't, because he knows the internet. It's fucking
Nigga,
horrendous
it wasn't
and bad.
because he was scared of being exposed. It's because niggas was already calling him.
And he was seeing the sharks in the water, and unknowingly, someone else in his circle was bleeding.
I don't even know what
And-
you tried to say about that analogy, so just stop.
Sorry, my bad.
It's this simple, bro. Nobody never really knows what anybody got going on in their life or how close they are to that fucking point. That's why I don't really play when it comes to shit like that. If somebody come to me and they be like, hey, I'm not doing too well, I know what that shit feel like. I've lived in that for a long time. I know sometimes you don't never really see a solution in the shit besides trying to disconnect. But that shouldn't be the fucking answer. And like, people do not take that shit as serious as they should be. And that's the shit that really, really fucking like make me not like this fucking place. Cause it like everybody act like they care, but nobody really do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like everybody act like they care about the homeless. What are they doing to help the homeless population? Nothing. Everybody act like they care about fucking the children, but anybody out here actively hunting down Amber Alerts? No.
No.
And there's no incentive to do so.
Yeah.
Nigga, if you was allowed to find somebody who abducted a child, and you was allowed to by any means get that child back, it's some deranged, crazy motherfuckers that just want to kill a person that'll be doing it. because they know if they catch that nigga, they can kill him. No consequences.
Dexter Morgan type shit. Like it makes sense why.
Like
certain
there's
people-
ways to utilize people, but we don't do it. Like everybody make it seem like everybody's life is important. Everybody's life matter. Everybody's life matter.
Everybody?
Not everybody. Not everybody.
Like everybody's life matters. That's kind of fucking crazy to me.
Which in that situation,
Because anytime you get
it
caught,
poses the
like
question-
I feel like any nigga who touch kids deserve to get their shit whap and cut off their fucking body and fucking graft it to two different horses and yanked in two different directions.
You know about
Mongolian.
Because that is a mental fucking choice. That is a choice. Niggas are choosing to do that. They not no, I don't give a fuck about being like, well, I'm just to do it and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just how I think. You can change how you think all the time. You can know something's wrong and not do it because you know it's wrong. So why are you doing it if you know it's wrong? Because you want to. That's the thing. You want to do it. So now you're getting punished for wanting to.
And the situation is, it's like, it shouldn't matter if you want to do it or not. If you did it, this is the consequence.
That
Fatality.
anything revolving unconsensual acts against another person should be heavily fucking investigated. I mean, at least a minimum of 4 to 5 years. And I mean, this bitch better have her story immaculately ready, and it better never change.
Now, here's
Because
the thing.
at the end of these times, you're pushing the button to make this nigga die. We're not doing your job for you. So you better be damn sure that what you say happened. I keep
And here's the thing.
I keep accepting in this. Oh, he invited me.
Now, here's the question. Why does it seem like one of the hardest jobs involving something like governmental stuff is being a private investigator?
Are you talking about mentally taxing or just like hard in general?
Yes, and I would say that, or like a news report, because you can't say shit that the government don't want, or your head's gone.
Yeah, and that's the craziest freaking thing, because it's like, imagine if you had a group of good lawyers or a group of good private investigators that let's say like there was a family of 5, and they had like one like the one parent for children. One of the children became a lawyer, a really good lawyer, and then 3 private investigators. Those private investigators could work to help the lawyer get shit right
Yeah.
if they all work together. Because
The
you
only
have someone
look.
that
This is
can-
the thing. We been like kind of delusional about this situation, and the reason I say that is because we're operating and thinking in the process of people wanting to do good and not being corrupt and not being immoral. We're operating in good faith that these people are going to be in these positions and they're going to do the right things because it's the right thing to do. And that's where we fail as a society, because we always put it on the principles and the thought and the illusion that people are going to do the right things and they're going to not abuse these things or not going to overuse these things for their benefit, when it's the complete opposite. All laws and legislation and all that shit should be planned, with the exception that people are going to try to manipulate it, twist it, or abuse it. So it got to be ironclad that it only works in these certain scenarios, and everybody involved have to be investigated to make sure that this scenario is not being fucking shooken, tempered, or anything of the like.
Because it's a whole situation of who watches the watchers, okay, who watches them, who watches these people, who watches the next, and the next, and the next. When does it all come into a full circle?
You know, it's the worst part about that
Cause people
Yeah,
not scared of
even
God
with-
no more. So like God used to be the watcher. Everybody used to do shit in good faith because they was like, you know what I'm saying? They wanted to be Jesus like, and they knew God was watching. But once schools stopped doing the Pledge of Allegiance and stopped, you know what I'm saying, doing fucking anything religious, once religion was stripping out of schools and God became more of a like
its own thing.
it's not even like a serious topic no more. It's more like a story. That's how it's spent now. But think about it.
allegiance to
When
the
it
flag of the USA, one legion under God, individual,
shut
and
up? I'm
liberty and
talking.
justice. Sorry, my bad.
So it's not like think about it. When it comes to every other religion, it's like so bad if you say anything wrong about their religion. But people shit on the Bible all the time. They burn the Bible and all types of shit, and nothing happened. It's kind of encouraged in a way. And it's like, what do people benefit from doing it? You can't say nothing about Islam without seeming like you know what I'm saying, you got fucking some type of racist agenda or prejudice against Muslim people or anybody of that culture. You can't talk
Yeah.
about, you can't even speak on the fucking Jews. Are you xenophobic? And then the worst part is, it's like they make it seem like the Jews went through so much worse than everybody else. Black people ain't even taking that fucking serious. So why the fuck did it, you know what I'm saying? Like real life, think about it. It's like, oh, because of the Holocaust. It's not like what?
You know,
What?
for a war documentary I watched, it was actually going through the statistics of the people that died. You know how many gypsies that were killed?
That's what I'm
It
saying.
was
We do
nothing.
not talk about all of the other fucking vile shit that was happening across the planet. We only care about certain like certain things, and we're not even fully informed about those things. My fault for going quiet, but this dude is showing me his fucking Minecraft builds, and this shit is fucking crazy. Like I thought it was
Crazy
just a
concept,
wood, fucking mansion, but like he got a whole underground fucking. Damn. This shit nice.
Okay. I was about to check if I was disconnected or not. I was like, oh Jesus.
I was locked in. My bad. I had to finish up the mission.
But like, man, I don't know, bro. That's why I feel like, bro, if I get power, I'm most definitely fucking intruding on people's free will. Cause I feel like not everybody fucking deserve the benefit of having free will.
Yeah. Like society just cares more about pretty much who lacks the morals most and just want to call them out for it later.
Yup.
Do you think if people are scheduled for organ donating and they get sent to prison, like let's say if they did something and they actually get sentenced for it and they get put on the block, do they still harvest the organs?
Yes,
Okay.
those are perfectly
Loki,
good organs, bro.
I'm about to.
You might be a messed up individual, but nigga, I don't believe any organ besides the brain harbors any type of anything.
Okay.
So no, we're
Yeah,
not gonna
that
put your
brain
brain into
figure
something in the hopes that we like, you know what I'm saying, with the thought that we might be bringing your ass back, and we don't want that.
You know what's
So
something I
I'm thinking
heard
about taking organ donor off my card because of doctors.
Because of the
just
fact that some
say your
doctors,
ass
yeah,
dead.
they won't even try to save your life because they see that. They see you as
The
just
motherfuckers
organs.
say your ass dead.
Like my girl made me do
Yeah.
that when I was going to go renew my fucking license. Because I was an organ donor because, you know what I'm saying, I always felt like, you know what I'm saying, if I was to die, I would want somebody else to live on. You know what I'm saying? I got the organs for it and I'm not using it no more. But then she was like, no, because like if something do happen, you know what I'm saying, they gonna try to not do, they gonna do the bare minimum. And I'm like,
The doctors will
why
turn
would
you
they
into
why would they
like
why would they only do the bare minimum? What the fuck? And then, you know what I'm saying, she got really, really, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, all right.
Cause like I ain't gonna care. I seen some
Oh
shit
my
like
god,
that
this
happen.
boy got
Like,
slaves.
I seen some shit like that happen where like they pretty much let old dude die. It was like, oh well, we couldn't save him anyway. Couple
But
months
his
back, they
organs
got
will
sued.
save. And then, you know what I'm saying, right after I seen like all that shit happened and I took the fucking thing off my ID, we was watching fucking Grey's Anatomy. And in the episode,
Yeah.
the little bitch, the little white bitch. Well, no, it wasn't even Grey's Anatomy. It was
it was a doctor. It was a
the
doctor
Good
show,
Doctor. Yeah, the
The
little
Good
bitch
Doctor,
was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he's a donor, and I know somebody who needs those
It
organs.
doesn't
And
matter.
I'm like, bitch, you're not even trying. Like, what? You already just immediately being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send this one to this person. I'm gonna send that to this person. I'm gonna do this to this.
While they're
It's
still
like,
alive,
bro, he not
talking about
even dead.
It's like there
Like,
could probably be a doctor talking about where they're gonna send their organs after they pass, and I know there's someone
Like that
that can
Lockheed
blatantly be
syndrome,
that.
All right, next part.
It was that locked-in syndrome episode of a fucking show that I was like, oh fuck no. Cause what if I get bit by some shit, I'm paralyzed, and a nigga, I gotta sit here and listen to a nigga talk about, oh yeah, bro, your arm is going here, your veins are going to this person. I'm still alive. You just don't care enough to check.
Nah, this nigga disconnected. Nah, I was so interested in seeing him next places to his base.
Speaking of the Good Doctor, I haven't watched the show, but I've seen certain clips and stuff. His even though he is the way he is, you can
He's artistic.
still.
You could say that, nigga. Don't try
Yeah.
to dodge around it like it's something wrong with that.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to say that. You can still tell that there is genuine compassion in what he does for people, because he wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't. Some people might portray him just being cold, but he's doing
that's
it
the thing.
for the people. In the chairs.
He doing it. He doing it because of the simple fact that when he was younger, his brother died in front of him, and if he had doctorate knowledge, he could have saved him, but he couldn't, and that was something that really stayed true to him in his mind. If he knew how to be a doctor, he would have done his best, and he probably would have been able to save his brother. But even if he couldn't have, he would have tried everything he could. That's why in every situation he tried his absolute hardest.
Yeah. And when people are either trying to put their ambitions above people that are lives at stake, I can see why he just freaks the fuck out so hard. Because it's like, it doesn't...
Because they're not even seeing them as humans no more.
Yeah. Which can also reflect on how people can see him in a daily life.
That's why, bro, I feel like it's something so pure, and people with childlike mentalities. Not childlike in the sense of like being bratty or entitled, but like that innocence of like how they view the world. Because
The wonder.
people like that, they still view the world with such like unrealistic wonder and beauty. It's like, damn, bro. Like I hate to be the one who have to break it to you.
But at some point, you
That's
know
why my
that
nephew be
is
coming to me and he be
always
trying to talk to me and shit because he finally old enough. Like he 8, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like he looked like he about like fucking 10 because he big. You know what I'm saying? He about to start playing football and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? When that happen, I'm gonna be at them games and shit. Cause bro, if he fucking up, nigga, the coach ain't gonna have to tell him, run the route again. Fucking cut. God damn it, it's. No, I don't think nobody talking about the video I was talking about. But it was a nigga that did a backflip because he was like, you know, when you wanted a son, but you got a daughter, and he was cheerleading her. He was like, run the route again. But no, I'm gonna most definitely beat her. So like, nigga, if he fuck it up, I'm letting him know. But like, he be trying to talk to me like more seriously, and like I noticed that like the only people who really talk to him like that he not a kid is me and my younger sister, because we know he's growing up. Like he's gonna start he like out of nowhere he be asking me hard hitting questions, and I'm like, damn, little nigga, like you was literally literally watched you be born, bro. Like what?
Can you give one example?
Bruh, like it was a while ago, but he came up to me and he was like, how do you know if you in love?
Damn.
And I was like, huh?
Damn. That is a tough question.
I was
That
like,
is a
huh?
tough-ass question.
And then, you know what I'm saying? Like I was like, I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a difference from liking somebody, being infatuated with somebody, and loving somebody. And I was like, the way I knew I was in love was if you want the best for them, regardless if that involves you or not. So would you be happy if that person was with somebody else? Would that still be something that makes you happy just because they're happy? Because being in love means sacrifice. You might not always get the good ending that you want. And he was like, oh, I think I just like her then, and walked away.
Which that's the crazy. Yeah, that is the situation that I think.
And I'm
is
like,
kind
damn,
of
bro, I
rough.
just made that shit so hard, and this nigga, it was so easy to him. He was like, well, I don't want her to be with nobody else, so shit, I guess I'm not really that in love.
Yeah, and it's just like the decisions can just be so simple at that age.
And I swear, bro, we make shit so complicated.
Yeah.
We really do.
And that's
like, bro,
why
I
in
feel like
some
kids are
cases-
better adults in certain situations, especially when it comes to their little relationships, because like they'll break up and they'll still be mutually friends. Like they will understand it just didn't work.
But they can actually do that.
It was like, oh, I'll still let you play with my Legos. Oh, well, I'll still let you drive the car and stuff. And it's like, bro, why the fuck they so good at handling emotions? But then you see adults, and when they break up, the whole world is apart. Nigga, I bought this, she bought that, so I'm taking this. You don't get this, you don't get that. I'm taking the kid. It's like, damn.
I think at that point they thought being boyfriend and girlfriend or that type of thing was kind of like being friends, but they were pretending to do that. But at the same time, they didn't. The pretend was kind of just like a sticker on that.
He
But at the same
immediately
time,
cut
they
the
didn't change-
motherfuckers off that wall.
They didn't change what was on what that sticker was on, if that makes sense.
Nah,
Yeah,
but I seen the craziest shit happen. Where it's like, I seen two kids break up, you know what I'm saying, start crying, hug each other because they both crying because they broke up, talking through what the fuck happened that made them break up and get back together.
Yeah, adults. Well, yeah, majority of adults nowadays can't do that shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I'm like, yo, like they genuinely know how to say this. What hurt me? I didn't like what you were doing. This, and this, and that's why I was angry. And it was like, well, I wasn't doing this because of this. I was doing it because of that. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, man, that reminds me of my
Oh
last
shit!
relationship.
I just got the end
I was cool with
achievement.
that shit.
And let me think, because
When you tell a person about themselves, especially when it's like something bad that they don't want to admit, they'll run away from that whole situation.
Yeah.
They'll rage quit that bitch. Be like, you know what? Fuck this. No talking, no nothing. It don't make no fucking sense.
I'm not, and this is something that's kind of new to me because my niece is she just turned like a year older. I think she's 7 right now, and
Oh man,
She
you in
already-
the world. You in the world of fucking. Oh my god, bro.
yeah,
Cause see,
there's still
Girls grow
there's
up
still
so
a
much
string of
faster than
things.
boys.
Yeah, and she already asked me there was a comment of something and a question of something. The comment of something was like she made an excuse for my nephew not really. It's like he won't get it, he's autistic. Is like, that's not a good reason, and that's not something for you to. And I explained it. It's like, that's not something for you to use an excuse, and that's not correct.
Bro, I ain't never seen that before. I wanted to see the fucking thing. Bro, did you just? Nah, I ain't no bitch, bro. Come here.
Well, it was more of like a situation. It's like she said like he won't listen.
Nigga fast.
But it's more of a, but it was like I explained to her that's not an excuse for her to ride on, basically, for her to use as something
What is ammunition
You
and
know,
fuel?
to ammunition to basically continue like to reason that, yeah. And with another question that happened yesterday, she was asking if like who's your favorite. Like,
Oh damn.
yeah.
Oh
And I-
damn.
Like she asked me like niece or nephew, and I immediately said no, I'm not playing that game. It wasn't a situation of like, do you like him more or do you like me more? I said no,
Nigga, that's the wrong thing.
neither. I said neither. I'm not picking favorites. I said I'm
Nigga,
not picking
neither?
favorites.
That's fucking stupid. You should have said both.
No,
I love both of y'all.
No, it's not a situation that I don't love both of them. It's like I said no to
Nigga,
the question.
that is a little kid. She is 7, nigga. You saying neither? She not an adult. She not about to process that shit in a reasonable way. You said neither, so now she gonna think you don't like neither one of them. When you could have just easily said, what makes you feel like you have to ask questions like that? Do you feel like people don't care about you, or they don't put your needs above others? Because in a way, she could feel like that. We both know why she feel like that. At least I know. It's because of her brother. He gonna need way more attention all the time for the rest of his life. And she's not old enough to understand that. So a lot of the times it seems like it's unfair. He getting a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And you need to be able to tell her. It's not because people love him more than you or that he's more special than you are. It's because he needed
Right.
it. And you need to be there and spend time with her.
Yeah, and that was one of the times where we were like where I was playing with her and stuff like that, and just like she sat on the side of the chair and stuff, and then she was trying to well, trying to instigate me trying to tickle her on some shit, and then it was just like, I'm not really sure if she was thinking as how heavy the question was.
Nigga, you better be you
So
lucky if she didn't.
I hope she didn't. And yeah, she was wanting a roughhouse at that time, so it was kind of a. I tried to deflect it as best I could.
Your problem is that you run from
as
serious
I thought.
situations instead of dealing with it. That would have been so easily dealt with if you would have just been like, why did you ask that question? Because it ain't like she did it for no reason. And you know how weird it'd be to try to bring that up to her now? When you could have, you missed the opportunity. She probably ain't gonna bring that up again. She is in her developmental stages. How the fuck he just do that?
Yeah.
12. You had to raise your siblings?
Hmm?
You had to raise your siblings?
No. I'm the second to the youngest. I didn't have to start. Yes. My mom got 6 kids, nigga. And I'm the youngest boy.
God damn.
And if we count niggas that's not related by blood that she raised, then I have more than 12 siblings.
I was just saying, because your advice seemed like you've done that shit before, or like, you know, you had experience in this. I was like, man.
It's not about doing or experience. It's about the simple fact that it's common sense. And that nigga, I was that kid at some point. Like a lot of times when we get older, we stop thinking about what we would have wanted when we were that age and how we felt when we was that age. Because a lot of us were more self-aware than most people can understand at very young ages. That's why when shit like that happen, you got to take the shit serious. You can't just shrug it off. You can't just be like, no, I don't want to answer this question. You didn't even have to answer the question. You could have worded around it. You could have got around the question. And figured out the root cause of why she even asked the question to begin with.
Right.
We don't get too many times to do shit right. So you gotta always take everything serious. Cause there's never gonna be no redo. You might get one, cause she's still young.
Right.
But everything you say and everything you do shape her perception of herself and the world around her.
Right.
Nah, I'm saying I ain't even trying to be on your ass like that, but you know,
No.
I just gotta let you know that
makes
was a serious situation. And a lot of the times you do that, where in a very serious situation, it's like you want to avoid the awkwardness of the situation. And it's like, nigga, sometimes you're gonna be uncomfortable. It just happened like that.
Yeah.
Like, nigga, I wish my nephews would have asked most of the questions they asked me. I wish they would have asked their dad. But that nigga's a hard-working nigga, so he rarely be there. So when they ask, oh, you know what I'm saying? Why do I have her in these places? I gotta be the nigga to be like, oh shit.
At least they're asking those questions to somebody.
At least they asking family, because they could be asking somebody the fuck else. That, you know what I'm saying? Don't need to know none of that.
Shouldn't be. Yeah.
You know, I have to say, oh, it's a developmental thing. As you get older, as you've been, you know what I'm saying, you probably not noticing, but you getting taller. I showed them pictures of them. I was like, you getting taller, you getting older, and that's what happened. It's the same reason I grow hair on my face. It's just a status of maturity. So now these niggas won't beard. Because because they think it means that they mature. And right now, that's cool. At least they know kind of a little bit about what it is. They don't need to know everything. As they get older, they can learn more about it. They can start asking
Right.
more questions. But I answered the question that was asked, and that's all I needed to do.
Right.
Recently,
Damn, bro, I
my
wish I had an uncle like you on my way. Fuck.
Nigga, it is not. It's not easy, bro. I'm telling you.
Because the only role model of a male figure I had in my life, he dipped. But he left me with some shit. But I was also forced to raise his kids for a bit. So it was like, damn.
Bro, that shit right there, bro. Like, I feel like that's a real big staple in our African American community. There's kids raising other kids. Which is like, I'm not gonna say there's nothing wrong with it, because you know what I'm saying, you should always be there for your family. But at the same time, it do rob certain kids and certain, like, you know what I'm saying, of certain opportunities. Because you have to be grown so fucking fast. Like, it ain't nothing like learning how to fucking prepare food for somebody else that you're not eating.
Yeah.
Shit. For a good like 3 to 4 years, I was a father to my little nephews because their mom, she wasn't trying to step up. Their dad, down.
Yeah,
That nigga
the
was in the
situation.
I had that situation, so it was up for me to be a step up, be a dad. Have a CC doing
And bro, what most
bro, I'm
niggas
still
don't
learning this
understand
shit.
is that situation like that is a very defining thing. Like, you might be thinking that they too young to even probably remember what you're doing for them. But subconsciously, that shit gonna shine through. Cause me, nigga, I thought my nephew was way too young to even care or remember who I was when I started coming around again. Because, nigga, like I said, I was there when they was born, all three of them. I wanted to be there for my fourth nephew, but you know what I'm saying, I didn't even know my little sister was pregnant. So by the time the news started coming to me, the nigga was already born. So I'm like, damn.
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
And,
But with
it was
situations like that,
every-
it's like, bro, I was around him growing up. Like, I used to have him with me, and I'd be fucking anywhere I was, the nigga was with me. I don't even like taking pictures, but I know I got pictures of him with me. So, like, he don't remember that in the sense of, like, he don't remember exactly how it happened, but he do remember from him telling me that he do remember that we used to be together a lot. He was like, yeah, you used to always be with me. And I'm like, how the fuck you even remember that? He's like, Shit.
I feel like I could have been a better dad figure, but
And
I was
that
also
is-
learning shit.
That's the thing. If you feel like you could have did better, you did amazing. Cause a lot of niggas think they did perfect and they didn't do shit. If you feel like you could have did better,
Yeah.
you did good.
Right.
Because that
Right now,
comes with wanting to be perfect. If you want to be a perfectionist about it,
You
god
need to
damn,
be
how the
obsessed
fuck do
and
you use
think
this
it's
fucking?
bad.
I feel like if or whenever I do have my own set of kids, I'll be a better parent than when I was for my little nephews. Cause I wasn't the best. Cause mainly because their mom, it was like every time I would step in and I start to really be a dad, she would come up and be like, "No, you have no authority here. They don't listen to you."
Oh,
And it
bro,
would be like as soon as I said
I ain't gonna lie, that shit gotta be hella fucking annoying. Cause it's like, bro,
that shit was.
where the fuck were you, nigga? I ain't
Yeah.
gonna lie,
It would
I
be like
lost
as soon as I
it.
start setting order and shit, where these niggas would be doing their chores, they'll listen. They'll start having good grades and shit. I'd be all proud of like, yeah, thank you, you doing good. It'll be like a good, steady relationship building, and then she'll come out of nowhere and tear all our hard work down and be like, fuck.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say she completely not fucking in the way, cause nigga, if you trying to build structure within these kids and shit, like, you know what I'm saying, like any reasonable adult should.
You're not hurting nothing.
Yeah, you're not hurting nothing, and her need to
like-
come in and double back all the work you're doing and telling you don't have no authority, and you teaching them these niggas responsibility, you teaching them accountability, you teaching them fucking skills that they gonna need when they older. Mom, dad, and you not gonna be there washing their dishes. You're gonna be washing their own goddamn dishes.
Yeah.
You teaching them to have a schedule to help out.
You know that there was something on YouTube that I watched. I think it was a movie or a show, but this dude was homeschooling his son and his daughter, and this city woman was like, no, they need to go to school, need to get an education. It's like, okay. And he called down his daughter, and I'm talking like homesteader level of homeschool and education and that type of stuff, but she knew more than, like, there was a clear level of knowledge awareness. And basically he asked, it's like, and what do you think that should mean? And it was more accurate than probably, and like some adults might think about certain stuff. But those are extremely, very astonishing, like, things that he educated her with in the situation. And it's there was another video with them in a different location, and it was them at a fast food place, and it was just like the clip. It was like one of those small little skits, and they were asking about specific foods. It's like, none of these foods are real. It's like, what's Diet Coke? Poison water. And it's like, he was very, these things aren't real for what should and should not be. And there are sides to how that situation is. He's putting all the right things in, but hang on one moment. Gotta get the nephew.
No, you're good. You're good.
But no, I know what you're trying to say. It's like, when it comes to homeschooling, that's a double-edged sword, because if you raising a kid and they not able to be around other kids, and you know what I'm saying, the moment they get around other kids, one or two things gonna happen. They're gonna be vastly more mature,
Culture
or
shock.
you know what I'm saying, than the other kids, and they're gonna be weird, or they not gonna fit in, or they gonna turn into followers. They're gonna start seeing other kids do shit, and they're gonna start thinking that, oh, I should do this because I seen somebody else do it.
Yeah, and that's why
I'm going with a half and half situation. I'm not I ain't waking none of my kids up anywhere at the time frame of 8 nothing. When they get to school, they getting there around like 10 something, because I only need you for specific classes. The classes I can't teach them on my own at home, you can do that. Go crazy.
Right. And that being said, it's like the situation that is like, certain lessons of life, of living in a society, are learned that some aren't. And though, like, they had everything they would want to have as a singular person, but not in a social society of how people have individually. It's a little bit like, because they're homeschooled, they're lacking socially, literally. But that's the only that. But
I mean, I wouldn't say they
else
lacking socially.
educationally.
It's just they not socially
Culture.
with kids. They wouldn't know like slang or
Dude.
none of that stupid shit that kids will be doing. They wouldn't know the fucking TTOs and all that other extra shit.
It'd be like
But they would be
someone that's Amish.
understanding of what's going on. They would know a conversation. They just wouldn't fit in because they'd be like, "Oh, what music you listen to?" Well, I listen to Metallica and a bunch of other shit because that's what they like because that's what they heard. And they're like, "Oh, you don't listen to this and this person or this person because kids listen to who they friends like."
Yeah.
And they'd be like, "Nope, never heard of them."
Which, in a way, doesn't. It's a situation that is like when it's something where it's like they don't have a particular band. It's like, nope, I've never heard of those. It's like the only person that can get mad or like get weirded out by someone that doesn't know certain stuff can only be someone that's like, okay, what? Someone has to feel a certain type of way for them to have that thing. It's like, I don't know how many people can just be weirded in a negative way when someone doesn't have a source of information. You know what I'm saying?
Is everybody else
I
in
feel
this
like one
what's
thing
called
when it-
the uncles? I asked because soon my sister is pretty much gonna be. She has a 1-year-old son. Yeah, I don't know how to.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't really do much for my nephews until they was like old enough. And I told my sister that. I'm like, I'm not really about to be like really like uncle until they old enough to walk and talk and understand me. But even still, like nigga, you gonna hold that baby one time and you gonna be like, oh, well, this is a one time thing. But then you just gonna be doing it so often that you gonna catch yourself doing it once. Like he's just gonna start crying and you gonna be there before his mama is.
Yeah, soon gonna be
And
visiting.
like you gonna catch yourself doing it. You gonna catch yourself all like zoning into it because it's just an innate thing for certain people. Cause nigga, that's why you think the saying it take a village to raise a kid is a thing.
Right.
Because it's just an innate thing. Everybody be like, oh well, you know what I'm saying. I'm not about to just sit here and watch a baby cry.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't know why they crying. Cause I've had to figure out distinct fucking cries was for distinct things. Like one cries because he's hungry. One cries because he actually fucking shit himself and he won't be changed because he's irritated. And one cries just because he bored. Because babies do get bored, actually. Like, that's weird. But babies do get bored.
Yeah.
And if they ain't constantly hearing something new or seeing something new, they gonna get fucking bored.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
it's because the overstimulation as a little kid doesn't give them a big enough attention span, or at least engaged for long periods of time, and it keeps. It's like that muscle doesn't get trained for long attention span things as often as it should have started. You know?
Have y'all ever had a parent, y'all parents?
Hmm?
Have you ever had a parent, your parents?
Hold on. I fucking mic is messing up. Well, my headphone. Alright, what did you say?
I said, have you ever had a parent, your parents?
Oh, what?
Parent your parents.
No.
I mean, let's be real. Just because they were your parents don't mean they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. So, in a weird way, yes. Especially if they get stuck in their ways.
Right.
I've had two almost good things. I love my mom. She did the best for what she had. I love her. But
I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times, mom would have the money to do some shit that she need to do, and she would spend it on being flashy and showing off for people outside instead of taking care of internal things.
Yep.
And that's where my disdain for money comes from. It's from seeing, oh, because you use your money to show off for niggas that wasn't in the household, we are suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, both my parents, both when they were coming parents, they knew what they pretty much were going to do. So I just was the older brother, so like I said, I get all my moral stuff from dad, and my learning how to do things from mom. So, and both of them were military. I was hella scared of them when I first realized both of them were Marines.
You know, Tommy told me about this, where like if I just talk to more people and got like more insider knowledge on people and how they family work, I'd realize how fucking weird my family is, and that shit is so true.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much believing through the first few years that if they really wanted to, I could be X'd out at any moment. I'd rather not chance that for me. Like, not that they actually read or anything like that. It was just like they're having me as punishment doing the exercise they were supposed to do on the daily.
Oh, the military training exercises.
Yeah, they pretty much had this mentality of if you don't want to become smart, you're going to the military, so might as well get you prepared now. So
yeah, there was that. I
don't know. I feel like most people raised in the way that they was raised, and that's a good and bad thing. Cause you was raised in a very cursed way, in a very shitty way. Just think about how much worse your parents was raised. Cause it's always gradually getting better, or gradually getting worse.
It's like the game Telephone.
It's more of a neutral thing. My mom, she did damn near the same exact shit her mom did. She fucking babyfied one kid, threw the other kid to the wolves, and just didn't give a fuck about one other kid. And that's pretty much what happened with her.
Bro, I don't know. With mom, I genuinely don't know, because I get why she look after my older sister so much and like kind of coddle her the way she do. Is because while she was working, my older sister was basically sacrificing her childhood to be the guardian, basically. But like, she didn't really have to do much, to be honest, besides feed us. I mean, I was a little dickhead, but like at the same time, nigga, put me in front of a game and I'm good for hours. You ain't gotta come check on me. Only thing I had problems with was making food for myself. Because, you know what I'm saying, I always thought everything was gonna blow the fuck up. But once I learned how to make some noodles, nigga, I was straight.
yeah,
but I understand that. And then coffee, that nigga been like genuinely financially stable, like financially or benefactor in so many different ways before the nigga even worked a job. Because mom knew she had problems with spending, and it was his responsibility to hold on to a certain amount of money and not give it to her until that date. And nigga, I'm telling you, that had to be the most stressful ass job that any kid could get. Because imagine your mom telling you, oh, hold on to this, and then don't give it to me no matter what I say, no matter how much I ask for it until this day. And then turn around and start berating you, talking down on you. You know what I'm saying? All that shit telling you it's my money, give it to me now, and you have to just hold out into that day.
It's kind of like
yeah, he was telling me about that shit.
It's like
he was like, yeah, at one point I just gave the fuck up.
You said what?
Damn, this is no, he was talking about that shit. Not too long in a live stream where I was talking about that shit. He was like, yeah, bro. Eventually, I just had to let her make her whole decisions for real.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga be that's his problem. He don't never give himself his dues when he deserve it. Cause nigga, when he probably just made it sound like he just gave up after the first time it happened. No, that nigga dealt with that until he was in college. When he left the household, nigga, when I was fucking 16, my little sister's fucking 15, and we're all adults. We able to fend for ourselves. We able to go to places. We know how to find food, nigga. We know how, you know what I'm saying? We not little kids no more that's stuck in a house.
Yeah, bro, he ain't put it like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He don't do that. Even though he could, because he'll see that shit as like him being braggadocious or some shit. Where it's like, no, nigga, that's genuinely what you did. When we was able to actually take care of ourselves, that's when you stopped. But nah, I'm telling you, shit was just, man. Like, so much shit was just like, it didn't even have to happen the way it happened.
Yeah.
But at the same time, nigga, mom did fucking raise herself. Like, my granny was not a good mother to her at all. And then eventually, about like at the end of her day life, basically, my grandma got fucking damn near both knees in the fucking grave. Now she want to tell my mama, oh, I raised you so hard and I wasn't easy on you because I felt like out of all my kids, you were gonna be the one that was gonna be something. Nigga, what? So out of her entire fucking life, now you want to start dropping these motherfucking trinkets of motherly affection?
Which,
like, nigga, she financially took care of my cousins, took care of both my aunties, her son. The only person who never benefited from anything from my grandma was my mother and her kids, which is me, my brother, my sisters, and dad. She ain't never gave us a dime.
crazy.
She ain't did none of that shit. When my brother was going to college, literally the only nigga in our family to go to college, and who knows the fuck how long. She said, I don't know why y'all telling me, cause I'm not spending a dime on that. Bitch, we wasn't telling you to. We was telling you the nigga was going to college.
And that's the crazy thing. She assumed.
Because that's what everybody else was there for. Everybody else around her was there for her money. So like, bro, I was like, bro, I'm good off that shit. Like, when I seen shit like that, I'm like, nah, bro, you're irredeemable to me. So when I seen her at the fucking the little fucking my great grandma's birthday, you know what I'm saying? I seen her there, and she was like, oh, hi. And she was trying to talk to me and shit. I was just staring at her. But then my mom was, you know, bro, I swear to God, my mom was had to keep me and my sisters in check that entire time. Because every time somebody walked up and started talking to me, I'm like, bro, I don't fucking know you. All these family members talking about, oh, you got so big. Da, 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 da. Nigga, you wasn't there to see. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. And that's
I was in that motherfucker straight hot as hell until my cousin showed up. Cause that's the only like, bro, when my cousin showed up, I'm like, all right, this is one of the only niggas I actually genuinely talk to.
Yeah.
Everybody else was just niggas I knew by face, and I knew nothing else about them. But then I started finding out that nigga, I got so many gay niggas in my family. Oh my God, I got so many gay niggas in this family.
Really?
Nigga, and you want to know what? I didn't know about them because they didn't come around, and I was so happy they didn't, cause I was been beating them niggas up when we were little. Don't do that flamboyant shit around me. I was so scared of gay people.
What?
No, I was
That's
literally
one thing,
homophobic. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was so scared of gay people.
But like the
Yeah,
genuine
did you have a live stream?
phobic, like actually scared? Why?
Because nigga, everything I did, Coffee said was gay, and I didn't want to be gay, nigga.
But you can only imagine imagine what someone is actually gay. And it's just like, oh my God.
Nigga, if I was caught hanging out with a gay nigga, bro, come on, bro.
Oh.
You know what that would have did to my reputation?
Oh, man.
So I had to beat the nigga up on principles. Like, damn, bro, I don't want to be gay, bro. And you know what I'm saying? He like, what? Boop, boop, boop. It making no sense to them. It make perfect sense to me.
Oh, shit.
All right,
I
God.
can imagine the cousin that you knew at that place, and they could see how everyone's tension was. Is like, yeah, let me talk to them.
No,
before- It's like,
I'm telling you, bro. When I stepped in that bitch, everybody thought I was gonna immediately get in there and just get to knocking motherfuckers out. So I knew from the beginning, yeah. Like, I ain't gonna say I'm proud of it, but I can literally look at somebody and tell if they scared of me or not. That's just how much I was doing. Where it's like a thing where I can just look at somebody and say, yeah, this nigga is scared of me. So I walk in here, everybody thinking I'm about to fucking knock their heads off their shoulders. Man, woman, child. And I'm like, most of these kids I don't even fucking know. So who the fuck been talking about me? You niggas wasn't even born when I was around. And then I could tell from how niggas was tiptoeing around the conversation with me. Like my uncle, he like this weird ass nigga, bro. Like, that nigga, he because my fucking girl was there, right? And he was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? He was like, what's your name, right? And she looked at me, and I looked at that nigga, and I was like, she don't talk to strangers. And he was like, we family. And I was like, are we? And that nigga just walked away.
He's like, yeah, I'm not. He's like, abort. He's like, abort the mission.
Cause I'm like, nigga, this nigga ain't speak not a single word to me, but want to talk to my girl. The fuck, weird ass nigga.
Which is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I gotta go. My phone's at 2.
Alright. Well, I thought this nigga just turned into a bat.
So what?
I'm playing Minecraft. There was a bat in the house, and I didn't see the fucking character I'm following, so I thought this nigga turned into a bat.
There's a vampire. I'm not gonna lie, there's two sides to one memory that I want to remember and don't want to remember. Was when me and my dad went to his mom's funeral, because I blatantly don't remember what happened. I think it was because I was tired, but also for the fact that I've told you the story for what transpired.
Yeah.
Just for, I know I was there and he was not okay.
I remember when me and my family was going to a fucking funeral. Sorry to cut you off, but like it was a funny story. But we ended up going to the wrong fucking funeral house. But we look, bro, we was sitting outside the car, taking pictures and shit, right? Like I'm sitting here fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know the classic jail picture? Cause like, bro, my older sister dad was in jail for a very long time. He recently got out, but he was in jail for a very long time. And we used to see pictures of that nigga and shit. And he you know that little squatted position with their arms wide open, and then if you don't have you don't have any person that was in jail for a very long time, you wouldn't know the pictures. But like me and Carvey was fucking like doing the imitations of the pictures and shit outside of this fucking funeral, right? The people at the funeral came out upset, right? And then we like, what the fuck are they upset about? Nigga, we here for the same reason they are. And then mom was like, I do not know any of these people. So then we found out we was at the wrong fucking funeral.
Oh my god. So they basically were thinking y'all were trolling on a dead relative. Like,
Yep.
You don't even know those people.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I didn't even want to be there, to be honest. None of us did, because nigga, we was so numb to death. We was like, okay, somebody died, okay.
Damn, that shit
Carry
crazy.
on.
Like I swear, everybody in the car was like, okay. And mom was like, y'all don't at least want to go see them one last time? And I remember my sister saying, why would I want to look at somebody that's dead?
Damn.
Damn. Oh, shit.
There's a different feeling when now. I'm gonna jump to a situation because I've had more experiences with losing animal companions than other companions. and I want to keep that the same. So with the situation, it's a very different experience when you grew up around animals that are older than you that pass away than ones that you know and raise with on some shit. And it's so strange in that way, because in that scenario with how I was in that situation, it's like, okay, why are they comforting me and trying to distract so we don't go home so fast? And it's a situation where you know before you know in a scenario. Just the situation, and with the deterioration of an age, it's like, okay. And my dad will never admit that this cat was his, but there was like this grumpy, like too old to even be grumpy cat that was kind of the houses, but it was kind of like a we called him Bonehead because he called him Bonehead the day he got his name, and he pissed on my dad's leg. Like, and it was a situation that he was like a staple.
It ain't even 5
up.
hours yet. We 4:20.
And the day he passed was honestly the most emotional I ever saw my dad, because he buried him, and I just saw him, like, I was far away from the situation, like, as in I saw him on the other side of the yard, and he was like just like taken, like just like he wasn't standing up. He, like, you know when someone's like just squatting down, like thinking about something when they're emotional, you know, when they have a moment.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I only ever felt emotional when like 3 of my animals died. After that, I was numb to it. That was when my rabbit Buster died. It was a black rabbit. He died, and I found him dead. And you know what I'm saying, I was a little kid, and instead of telling somebody that he was dead, I was really emotional, and like I dragged him into the room and like put him under the bed, and I was like under the bed with him because yeah. And like when they found him under the bed, because I told them that he was dead, and you know they didn't believe he was dead, so I showed them that he was under the bed dead, and I dragged him out from under the bed. Everybody said I killed him, so like that was more of a situation where it's like, damn, I couldn't even grieve bro properly because I had to like defend my innocence against them saying that I killed the nigga.
I would have been.
And then everybody was like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was like so fucking freaked out by his dead body. So I had to grab the nigga and throw him down the garbage disposal.
Garbage disposal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, damn, I really miss my nigga. But then my next fucking pet that died was my rabbit Snowball. And she died, and she was white, and she had red eyes. So I really liked her. And she died because my mom left her on the fucking, left her ass on the porch in the middle of fucking winter.
Jesus.
So she got frozen solid, nigga, literally frozen solid. So when she died, I was like, damn, I cried, right? So then, you know what I'm saying? The third pet we had that died was our dog Dash. And like, I'm telling you, we love this little nigga so much. He was a Yorkie Terrier. And we love this little nigga so much. Yeah. Even though we wanted a big dog. Me and my brother wanted a big dog. But when we met that little nigga, we instantly was like, yeah, we like him. He cool, right? We taught this nigga tricks. You know what I'm saying? We'd be like, stick him up. And then he'd put his hands up and get on the wall and shit. And we'd start patting him down. And we taught that nigga how to play dead and shit. Like, bro, we've invested so much emotional energy and time and effort into this nigga. And then he got hit by a fucking car.
Yeah, that's what happened to one of mine.
And then after that, I just stopped caring. I just literally stopped caring about all the animals. Like I kind of liked them, but they wasn't my animal.
Yeah.
So then we ended up getting a few dogs after that. One my little sister bonded to really deeply, and then he died, and she was upset about it. And then one my big brother bonded to really deeply, and that was basically his dog, right? And then he died, and he was upset about that. And that was the first time I seen that nigga actually like caring about something or being like kind of emotional. So then that's when I realized, oh damn, this nigga's not a robot. And then, you know what I'm saying? It was a bunch of dying pets and getting replacements. And then we ended up getting to the pit stage in life where we was getting a bunch of pit bulls. And then we ended up having a fucking Rottweiler, which I liked it, but then, you know what I'm saying? I forgot what happened to him. I think somebody trying to break in and he attacked them and they shot him. And then my mom would start shooting them. Well, start shooting at them. I don't even know if she hit them or not. We wasn't allowed to go outside to see. But I'm pretty sure she shot that nigga. Cause she care a lot about any animal she get. She care a lot, like very deeply.
Yeah.
So then, you know, he was dead. And then we ended up getting a few pits and they died. And then we ended up getting the pit that was basically my dog, and his name was Tank. And I named him. You know what I'm saying? We seen him. Everybody was like, dang, we running out of names. That's how many fucking pets we had. We was running out of names to give these niggas. And then I seen him, and I was like, oh, he looked like one of those desert tanks. Because, you know, he was brown. And he had brown eyes.
Okay.
So then we named him Tank. And, you know, they were trying to, you know, make him aggressive and shit. But, like, he wasn't an aggressive dog. Even as a pit. Like, when you know you play with their side and shit, and you poke at them and shit, until they start, you know, getting aggressive, he would just cry. He would just cry. Yeah, so my stepdad, my stepdad and my mom, it was like, nah, this nigga's a failure, right? But then I seen it one time when I was walking him, and a nigga walked too close to me, and that nigga, bro, I ain't never seen this nigga aggressive, and he literally lunged and almost ripped the nigga fucking face off.
Ooh.
And I'm like, oh, so he is a protector. He just not gonna get aggressive with his family.
Yeah.
So then I was telling my mom that, and then she was like, oh, that's good, because that's what we wanted to train him for.
Didn't really need to train him.
Yeah, it's like he was just naturally like that. So then he was with me all the time. And like, you know what I'm saying? Then me and my brother, and then my brother went to college the first time. And then, you know what I'm saying? Eventually he ended up, you know, going on breaking shit. But like, he was in college at the time, and I ended up taking his old room, and that's where we was. And that nigga left me a lot of shit, because when he went to college, he left all his shoes. Boy, I was fresh as fuck. This nigga had the polo, Polo Ralph Lawrence, shoes, shirts, all that, nigga. I'm telling you, nobody could say shit to me in school. I was him. He left his fucking belts. I'm like, oh yeah, it's my time to shine, nigga.
You know what was really interesting? Back when I was like little, when I didn't really give a shit about like going through hot wire through electric fence and stuff, because I honestly was just like, I thought I was like freaking on some Danny Phantom shit. Well, because I just didn't care about getting shocked. I just climbed through, and it was faster than going through the gates. Plus, if you actually can get shocked while touching the gate, it hits harder. So I didn't like that. So one of the things that I was taught to do was, if there was like intruders or anything trying to do that type of stuff, go into the backyard where the rest of the dogs are, because they would have people over for like riding lessons and stuff, and like my mom would say like, yeah, you could put your kid in there, can't get him back out though. I could probably get in, maybe my son could get in, but your husband surely wouldn't be allowed. Because the dogs wouldn't let you. Maybe women. They don't like guys. Well, they don't like guy strangers. Because it was just a threat situation. Where it's just like they rate you in certain areas. So when in scenarios where I was like off in the distance and they heard me, when I was older, they'd go off and then they see me and then they'd still kind of be suspicious because they don't see that far. And then when the smell hits, it's like, oh, it's him. Okay. It'd be like someone running out with a baseball bat. It's like, who the fuck? And it's like, oh, it's you. God damn it. He's got the show with him. You know?
But yeah, I don't even remember what happened to Tank. I think I had to take him to a shelter because, yeah, I ended up having to take him to a shelter. And I assumed that they were gonna take care of him. And then, like, you know, by the time we found a house and we were coming back for him, they was like, oh, well, he died. And then mom was like, did you put my fucking dog down? And then, you know, she started causing a scene because, you know, she really cared about her animals.
Yeah.
And then I was like, damn. And you know what I'm saying? I started crying and shit. But I didn't feel sad, even though I was crying. So I was like, damn. That was the first time I was like, well, it wasn't the first time I did it, but it was the first time I like disassociated from my emotions.
Yeah.
For real. And I like took
weird.
notice of me doing it.
In that way, it's like the reaction happened before they hit almost, you know? So it's a weird response.
And then ever since, anytime something hurt me too much, I would do that. Alright, shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I had an uncle, but I didn't really get to know him before he passed away.
That's crazy. I had an uncle, but I never liked that nigga. And then, you know, I had more reasons to not like him. Cause one time he tried to pick a fight with my sister, and I was like, bro, you know I would knock you the fuck out, right?
Ooh.
And like he was a big ass nigga. Like he was like fucking 8 or some shit like that. But he was fat. So like he was a very imposing person.
Right.
So I was like, bro, I would knock you the fuck out. And he was like, oh, look at you thinking you can fight everybody. I will hurt you. I'm like, yeah, nigga, okay. And then my arm pulled over there. You know, I said, she about to hit that nigga with the pew pew.
Nerf for nothing.
But yeah, then I actually started thinking about how many times my mom shot somebody or shot at somebody in front of me. I think that's why I really don't care about like people's lives and shit for real. Yeah, I ended up doing this one scam with an old lady that used to work in the apartment complex my cousin and them lived in. So basically, the scam was that she would get like these real looking like signs that basically say that we raising funds for like a baseball team or some shit like that. And then you know what I'm saying, we would collect money from wealthy white people because we would go like deep out.
Yep.
And then we would collect money from wealthy white people as little black boys. And it had to be little black boys. That was her criteria. It had to be little black boys. Right? So we pulled out there, you know what I'm saying? We hopped out the van and shit, you know what I'm saying? We start making some money. And then you supposed to split so much, like you supposed to like, you know, give the money to her and then she supposed to count it and whatnot, right? And then she give you so much back, right? See, everybody else around me was fucking stupid. But I knew the value of a fucking dollar. I didn't get that bitch nothing. Nigga, she didn't touch none of my money. So I used her gas, sold her chocolates, and made a profit.
He said that old. He said
How
that
long
old-
did it take for you
got
to?
nothing from
How
me.
long did it take for her to figure it out?
Nigga, she didn't even know who I was. I snuck into the van.
So every time it happened, he got the stuff, sold it, never realized he was there.
Became an
Because that's the
honorary
thing. When I was a
police
kid,
officer.
I was rarely memorable because I didn't talk. Like, I would talk to my cousins and shit, but like I was a rarely memorable kid. So we made bank, you know what I'm saying? We made it home, you know what I'm saying? I'm flooding in fucking money. This nigga in a wheelchair tried to press me, but then he look at me and then he like, oh, and that nigga got scared as fuck, like genuinely scared, terrified. I seen tears welling up in his eyes and everything. And then he asked me, or are you? And then insert my mother name here, son. And I was like, yeah. And then that nigga just rolled away and he stopped pressing my cousins. Because they was like, yeah, this nigga will always come and steal our money and shit. Well, most of their money and shit, right? After that, he never did it again. And then come to find out later, I asked my mom about it. And I'm like, hey, do you know a nigga in a wheelchair? And she was like, no, I put a nigga in a wheelchair. I shot him in the spine.
Holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's
And I was like, oh, do he live in this area?
Hey,
And she was like, yeah, that's why I shot him in the spine. At. If he still live over there, then yeah. And I was like, oh, this is a funny story I gotta tell you. But yeah, my life was crazy.
The craziest thing, I'm not gonna say the craziest thing ever happened, but one of the craziest things was they shot up a park I was at, trying to kill one of my homies. They missed every shot. They hit a bird, a squirrel, and they peppered up a tree. And we seen them niggas at school the next day.
I mean, was it even real hatred at that point? Because nigga,
You fucking know.
I had
The Winter
niggas
Show.
in school with me that was getting dropped off at they fucking bus stop. Like, it was becoming a real bad thing where the police would have to be on corners for niggas to get on the bus and escort them to school. Because niggas we getting like it was like, nigga, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna catch you eventually. And when I do, ain't nothing saving you. And I did some shit I'm not proud of, like you know what I'm saying, smuggling weapons and drugs and shit into my school. But at the same time, I was getting paid, so like that's the thing, nigga. I was about a fucking bag, nigga. If it was about money, I was most likely doing it.
I never did guns, but I had some drugs. But shit, I don't even know what's up with them niggas, man. That's how that shit happened. They ended up catching the fight with niggas in the bathroom and shit, beating a niggas ass, leaving niggas fucking afterwards, so niggas can't do that shit again. I'm not
Nigga,
sure if niggas out.
I'm not
Or
fighting
what.
with no nigga that shot at me, bro. If we fighting and we get to fighting and then eventually you niggas switch to shooting, then we shooting. Like that's the new game now. Why would I still be at a
ain't no going
disadvantage?
back.
Why would I still be at a disadvantage? That's what happened at Fairground. Like niggas, when you get the shooting, then we not shooting no more. Cause me and my cousin them got shot at once. It never happened again. And like most people might think that mom was like a bad mother in a sense of like this situation, but I feel like this was like one of the best things she could have done. Cause my cousins, these niggas was pussies. They was straight cowards, right? So we run home. These niggas split off on me, right? These niggas start running before I did. So by the time I get home, them niggas already there. I start telling my mom what happened, right? You know what I'm saying? She get hot. She like, oh, that shit happened at Fairground? I'm like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? she get the nerf for nothing. We get in the car. I'm in the back seat, and she like point them niggas out, and I'm like, yeah, my turn. I was like, let me do it. She like, boy, I got to do it though. So you know what I'm saying. That was crazy. See, most niggas, they first time spinning with their friends, a bunch of hood rats and shit. How many niggas can say they first time was with their mom? But no, I feel like my mom raised me in a way that she felt like I needed to be raised because how I was. Because I was I'm telling you, easily prone to violence. And I rarely ever cared about anything I did to a person. And I'm telling you, I did some really bad shit to niggas. I pushed niggas in front of cars, buses, stabbed niggas in the eyes, cut niggas up and poked them with scissors. I got a lot of shit on my rep. And even to this day, I don't care.
God damn.
Like, I ran into the nigga I took his eye from him in the mall. Still didn't care. Made in front of him too. I was like, damn, bro, what happened to your eye?
Damn. Hey, Odin, how you doing? Because I remember that story. No, gang, I remember that story. Indeed.
But no, like, really? I feel like my mom knew that I wasn't right in the head. So, like, she was preparing me to be able to get away if I was to go down that, that path in life. Because she taught me how to get home from damn near anywhere. Like, she would like tell me to pay attention to the street. She would drop me off, and then she would say, now make it home. And she would drive off. You said they based the Denzel training daycare to after your mom. Nah, mom had a reputation. They probably still fucking know who she is, even though she hasn't even lived in that city in so long.
The worst thing about the city I currently live in is probably the fact that all the young niggas got guns now.
No, all these young niggas got a gun.
Got Air 12 with a switch on it. Nigga
Nah, bro.
outside. Seen a 12-year-old with that motherfucking thing. It was some type of assault rifle. I can't remember the name of that bitch. Holding that bitch in his pants. I'm like, damn.
And this the thing. Back then, niggas had guns that they didn't want to use. These niggas will and can use these motherfuckers. And they just want a reason to. But no, mom used to help us learn how to shoot and shit in the backyard. So like, that's why I'm good at shooting, even though I never went to like a gun range until like, once we got older, we started going to a gun range and shit. And, like, I was showing my sisters and shit my aim. And they were like, damn, bro, you good. And I was like, yeah. Mom used to take me and my brother to the backyard and make us shoot at glass bottles. Which I feel like is a very necessary skill.
Know how to shoot.
Because nowadays, gang,
You know how to shoot, you know how to clean guns,
That too,
knowing where to find a gun serial number and shit like that. Knowing what place to go to buy bullets that's not a place where they supposed to even be selling ammunition.
Hey,
In
I'm
my city,
switching things to my computer.
it used to be the same place I got my Chinese food from. In the back, them niggas sold
Yeah.
bullets. Yep.
For me, it was all the fucking
I don't know if
got
they
that
open
shit
no
out of
more,
fucking van.
but that's
It was,
that's where it
ice
was. If you wanted some bullets, nigga, they had great takeout too.
Ice cream was mid. There we go.
Yeah, but nah, these young niggas, bro. They beyond a crash out. I don't know what the fuck to call these niggas.
Little fucking creeps, little demons, bro. Fuck. Shit don't make no damn sense. I went up to a party not too long ago trying to have some fun with some homies. Niggas, man. Fuck. We in this bitch chilling. All we hear, hey, I got something for you.
Nah, I'm telling you, key words like that. I'm already halfway out the function, nigga.
Yeah, because
I was
if
already
you
out there, motherfucker.
Yeah.
All you hear is boom, 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 boom.
I don't even
He
like.
missed the shot,
I don't
shot
even
a girl
like
in the neck.
when I'm hearing shit start getting heavy. Right when I start hearing, who the fuck you think you talking to? I'm already standing up, getting near the nearest exit. If I ain't got nothing on me, I'm out of here.
Yeah, yo, he's by that door with a drink in his hand. He gotta do this.
Yes, sir, nigga. Like, bro, I'm a look. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a kind of slow nigga, so I'm gonna watch for a little bit. But the moment I be like, I hear something like, yeah, all right, stay right there. I got something for you. I'll be right back. Anything along those lines? Fuck no.
Like, boxing could happen, but that.
Nah, I knew the difference. If a nigga start taking his jacket off,
No,
if
not
he start
that,
taking his
not
jacket
that.
off, that nigga probably
Yeah.
want to fight. If that nigga got his jacket on,
No.
and he's like, yeah, all right, that nigga ain't trying to fight.
I'm
We're
looking
going
at
too many
the
times
chat
where,
for
I feel bad for this one girl, bro. I work with her, and I know the niggas that shot her in her arm. I was like, damn, that shit tragic.
so King Wicket. One of my uncles was a Rolling Stone, and the other fucker been in and out of jail. All right. That's where you went wrong. You went to a place called a function, not a party. King Wicket said.
No, he right. He right. Only black people call this shit a function. White people, when they throw parties, it's a party. That means minimum bullshit. I learned that when I visited that nigga coffee at his college once. I swear to God, I wanted to stay. I was not old enough to be there. I was like, bro, please let me sleep on the floor.
He said, bro, please.
I did not want to go back. Especially because I was seeing all these girls walking past, they looking at my brother and shit. They're like, who is this? He's like, oh, this is my little brother. They're like, oh, you go here too? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I always been into older women.
Shit, same. Especially taller ones.
Bro, I
Hey,
begged that nigga to let me stay there, bro. And the craziest part is he was like, okay, but then my mom was like, no. You know how far this is from home? And I was like, damn. I would have started attending classes and shit. I would have just started walking into classes. I would have been learning something.
Hey, he would have been learning anything that he needed to, because college classes are for free. You're paying for the degree. That's it. You could go into any of these classes.
Nigga, I've been walking into random classes, nigga. I would have been so certified in so many different things.
Because, hey, you could technically say, if you was there at the time, you could technically say, hey, man, I went to this high and prestigious university. Didn't mean to say that I got a degree. You could have said I studied, which you're not lying.
I most definitely would not been lying. I studied at this university. I just never said I got a degree from it. Damn, I've been here for fucking 4 hours and some change.